The social message in Chinese poetry. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. January 1923. Volume 7. Pages 66 to 79. In recent years, Chinese poetry has become so fashionable in Europe and America that many an observer of the new literary movements in China has begun to be puzzled at the fact that young China is endeavoring to overthrow a thing which has come to be so highly treasured in the West. Have we been guilty of lacking in appreciation for our own treasures? Or have the Occidental admirers of Chinese poetry been guilty of treasuring something which is after all not so valuable as they think? My own answer is that neither is the case. It is quite natural that Occidental poetry, which has long been under the unconscious influence of epic verbosity, should find much admiration for the brief and concise imageries of Chinese poetry, which for 3,000 years has almost never indulged in the field of the epic. And it equally is natural that the Chinese poetry, which has so long been petrified by an overemphasis upon a contentless formalism, should find itself in need of an emancipation largely in the direction of unadorned naturalness and simplicity. But that question lies beyond the scope of my humble effort here and now. I am here to point out that Chinese poetry, like all poetry of the human race, does not depend entirely upon its formal phase. All the beautiful sound combinations, all the rich imagery, and other formal aspects are nothing but a part of the poetic technique which, when applied without an adequate content or when it restricts rather than helps the free development of the poetic content, is often more harmful than serviceable to poetry. And we must remember that poetic imageries are most liable of discoloring and fading. What was once the most vivid imagism may become the sordid poetic convention of today. The conventions which Wordsworth and Hugo and the modern poetic revolutionists have condemned were once the effective poetic devices of a bygone day. Moreover, imagism is a fundamental principle in all great poetry, and never a peculiar product of the Chinese poets. Take these lines of Browning. Hark! Where my blossomed pear tree in the hedge leans to the field and scatters on the clover blossoms and dewdrops at the bedspray's edge. That's the wise thrush. He sings each song twice over, lest you should think he never could recapture the first fine careless rapture. That is as imagistic as any Chinese poet or any modern imagist can endeavor to be. So my secret feeling is that the recent outburst of appreciation of Chinese poetry has been leaning too much to the formal side, and does not touch the root of Chinese poetry. The time will come when the Western critic will be able to see that the formal peculiarities of Chinese poetry are either qualities universal in all good poetry, or in some cases results of the peculiarities and restrictions of the Chinese language. He will then see that he must get at the content of Chinese poetry in order to form a proper judgment of its intrinsic value. There is a story told of an ancient king who paid highly for a beautifully carved wooden case, and discarded the priceless pearl which it contained. Shall we not hope that such folly may not be long tolerated in our appreciation of Chinese poetry? 3 distinct features of Chinese poetry. Briefly speaking, there are 3 distinct features of Chinese poetry which are worthy of consideration. First, the Chinese philosophies of life as we find in the poetry of the various periods, whether the pessimistic idealization of drinking and women or the quiet contemplativeness and contentedness of the love of nature, are certainly worthy of close study, for it is in these poetic expressions of the Chinese views of life that we can find the true explanation of the life and institutions of the people. Secondly, There are hundreds of lyrical poems of love which reveal the innermost part of the soul of the nation better than anything else, and which, even if judged from the purely literary standpoint, form part of the world's poetic treasures. Thirdly, there are a distinct group of what may be called the poetry of social problems, poetry that deals with the concrete problems of social life, written sometimes in the manner of realistic presentation, sometimes in the form of satirical criticism, but mostly in the spirit of protest. This last group of Chinese poems is of interest to us, because it not only throws much light upon the history of the life of the people, but also enables us to understand certain Chinese institutions in the light of the criticism that has been passed upon them by the poets of the ages. It is this phase of Chinese poetry that I propose to present to you today. I shall begin with the book of poetry which represents the poetry of approximately 2,600 years ago. The age was one of political strife and continued warfare. Misery and suffering was widespread. The states were misruled and social inequality was beginning to be consciously felt. We read such outspoken protests. I look to great heaven, but it shows no kindness. It has long disquieted us, and now great calamities befall us. There is no peace in the country, and the people are in distress. Men had land and farms, but you have them now. Men had their people and retainers, but these you have taken from them. Here is an innocent man, but you have imprisoned him. There is a guilty man, but you have let him go free. When the people are going away, the country is sure to go to ruin. A similar note of despair is seen in the following. The people are now in peril. In vain they look to heaven. All is dark and dumb. Let its determination be fixed, and there is none it will not overcome. There is the great God. Does he hate anyone? Here is a song of a soldier. What leaves do not become yellow? What day do we not march? What man is not wandering, serving in some quarter of the kingdom? What leaves have not turned purple? What man is not torn from his wife? Mercy be upon us, soldiers. Are we not also men? The women were naturally victims of the age. The motherwort of the valley is scorched everywhere. There is a woman left homeless. Ever flow her tears. Ever flow her tears. But of what avail is her lament? Woman labor was apparently becoming a problem, for we read, shoes thinly woven of the dolicho's fiber may be used to walk on the hoarfrost, and the delicate fingers of women may be used to make clothes. So the waistband and so the collar, and the good man wears them. The good man of the day was apparently paying woman labor at so low a rate that dolicho's shoes, which were fit only for summer, were used by the poor women in frosty winter. Some poets took a very pessimistic attitude, as is seen in the following song. The flowers of the begonia are in glorious yellow, but my heart is sad. I feel its wound. The flowers are now gone. There are only the leaves full green. Ah! Had I known it would be thus with me, I had better not have been born. But others were more aggressive. Can! So sings my axe on the tan tree. Here on the river's bank, I'll lay what I hew. Ah, how clear the waters flow, and rippling. You sow not, nor reap. Where do you get the produce of those 300 farms? You do not follow the chase. How do we see the badgers hanging up in your hall? And you are a gentleman, and do not eat the bread of idleness. Model of poetic satire. Very little of the poetic literature of the long period between the 6th century and the 2nd century BC has been preserved to us. From the Han Dynasty, from the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century AD, we take a few notable examples. There is one poem dealing with the position of woman in the family, which is comically tragic. Up the hillside, she gathered wild plants. Down the hillside, she met her former husband. She knelt down and asked her former husband, "How do you find your new wife?" The new wife may be said to be pretty, but she is not so charming as you. In beauty of face there is little to choose, but in deftness of hand and finger you are not alike. When she entered my house by the front door, you had left me by the side door. She is skilled at embroidered silk. You are good at plain fabrics. Of embroidered silk one can do very little in a day. Class equals 9 and 2. Of plain fabrics, you can weave 5 times as much, putting her embroidery by the side of your weaving. I see that the new wife will not compare with the old. The dramatic situation which the poet selected and the business-like conversation between the heartless husband and the deserted wife are both so striking that this little poem by an unknown author has come to be regarded as one of the models of poetic satire. Of the anti-militaristic poems, I shall select one also of unknown authorship, which has been translated by Whaley as follows. At 15, I went with the army. At 80 I came home. On the way I met a man from the village. I asked him who there was at home. That over there is your house, all covered over with trees and bushes. Rabbits had run in at the dog hole. Pheasants flew down from the beams of the roof. In the courtyard was growing some wild grain, and by the well some wild mallows. I boil the grain and make porridge. I pluck the mallows and make soup. Soup and porridge are both ready, but there is no one to eat them with. I come out and look towards the east, while tears fall and wet my clothes. In this poem not a word of protest is said, and yet the vivid picturing of the ruined family of a returned soldier is a silent condemnation of the military system more effective and convincing than any amount of loud words. One of the longest poems. In the Chinese family system, where children are morally bound to live together under the same paternal roof, there often arise troubles between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, between the elder sister-in-law and the younger brothers and sisters. There is in the Han literature of social problems one long poem entitled The Wife of Chao Chung Ching, which tells the story of a faithful wife who was loved by her husband but whose mother-in-law disliked her so much that she was forced to return to her own home. Having been thus deserted, the young lady was forced to remarry the son of a rich and influential official. This she refused to do, because she had made a vow with her former husband, who had promised never to forsake her although he had been forced by his mother temporarily to divorce her. But her family would not listen to her protests, and she was carried to the new home, where she committed suicide by drowning herself. On hearing her death, her former husband, who had also refused to remarry, bade his cruel mother a bitter farewell, and killed himself to requite her faithfulness. The poem is one of the longest in Chinese poetry, and is almost the only poem that may be called an epic. In Mr. Whaley's 170 Chinese poems, there is one entitled The Orphan, which relates the cruelties of a man and his wife to his younger brother. Both the situation and its treatment are full of tragic pathos tempered with a droll sense of humor. I quote the last parts of the poem in Whaley's translation with occasional corrections. In the morning, they sent me to draw water. I didn't get back till night. Fall. My hands were all sore, and I had no shoes. I walked the cold earth, treading on thorns and brambles. I stopped to pull out the thorns. How bitter my heart was! My tears fell and fell, and I went on sobbing and sobbing. In winter I have no double coat, nor in summer thin clothes. It is no pleasure to be alive. I had rather soon leave the earth and go beneath the yellow springs. The April winds blow, and the grass is growing green. In the 3rd month, silkworms and mulberries. In the 6th month, the melon harvest. I came home wheeling the melon cart, and just before I reached home, the melon cart turned over. Few came to help me, but many ate the melons. Do return me the melon stalks. I cried. My brother and sister-in-law are severe. I'll run home with the stalks, and answer to their strict counting. What is it that the whole village is talking about? I want to write a letter, and send it to my father and mother under the earth, and tell them I can't go on any longer living with my brother and sister-in-law. Of the problem poems of the post-Han period, I shall only select one by Tso Su of the 3rd century, which is a protest against the class of degenerate nobles who were then wielding the powers of state. The stately pine trees are in the foot of the gorge. The tiny herbs are growing on the top of the hill, and the herbs proudly cast down their tiny shadows, which they think would give shade to the grand pines. Thus the hereditary nobles step into high offices. Thus geniuses are sunk in oblivion. It is the position that makes the difference, and such a system is one of long standing. Have you not seen the families of Qing and Chong which enjoyed the imperial favors for 7 generations? And though Feng Tang was a great man, he was never called till his hair was white. Folk songs. During this post-Han period, there grew up a large body of folk songs, some of which are of striking lyric beauty. Sometimes a tragic story may be told in a little lyric of 3 or 4 lines. I quote one example. Woe is me! Last night I heard it said at home that they would not give me to thee. Another version put the same story in a slightly different form. I dare not give you my promise. I overheard it last night among my people that they would not give me to thee. Time would not permit me to make use of the numerous problem poems of the Tang dynasty. I shall confine myself to 3 great poets, namely Tu Fu, Pa Chuai, and Chang Chi. A few of Tu Fu's social poems have been translated by several translators. His famous poem, The Recruiting Officer at Shihao, may be found in Cramer Bing's A Lute of Jade, page 54, and in Mrs. Asko's Furflower Tablets, page 109. Another of his many songs of conscription may be found on page 110 of Charles Budd's Chinese Poems. Both of these will also appear in Mr. Witter Binner's new translation of the Tang Anthology. Here is my own version of another poem in the same series. The Officer at Sinan. Through the town of Sinan I passed, and was moved by the tumult of conscripting. My honored sir, said I to the officer, are there no more youths of age left to your town? And he replied, last night there came from the prefect an urgent order instructing us to enlist those under age. But how small are these youths under age? How can they defend the empire against the enemy? Here, some fattened boys are parting with their mothers, for mothers they have, and there, the haggard ones. How sad and lonely they. Look, the night has fallen, the waters are still flowing eastward, and the mountains still echoing the wailing voices. Oh, wither not your eyes in vain. Take back your tears that violently fall. Your eyes may wither to the bones, but, O wretched ones, There is no mercy for you. Pachuai is Mr. Whaley's favorite poet, whose poems occupy a large portion of space in Mr. Whaley's 2 volumes of Chinese poems. He wrote a series of 50 social satires in addition to a number of other separate problem poems. Of these, the ones translated in Whaley's first volume, pages 121 to 141, are fairly representative examples. I shall read The Old Man with the Broken Arm in my own free version in blank verse. 80 was he, the old man of Sing Thung, with hair and beard and brow all white as snow, his left arm leaning on his grandson's son, the right, long broken, swinging in the sleeve. The old man of Sing Thung came to the INN.my boys, he used to say, wish ye to know how long ago, and why I lost my arm, and this his tale. A native of Sing Thung, I grew up in the Kayuan reign of peace. I knew no war, nor learned the arts of war. Then came the expeditions of Tian Pouan from each separate family. They took 1 young man out of 3, and all of these were to be sent, in burning June, to fight and die 10,000 leagues south of their homes. For death was sure to all who crossed the Lu where the plague smites when pepper blossoms fall, where 3 men die ere 10 have crossed the streams. Conscription filled the town with cries and wails. Each soldier bade his loved one's death farewell. Expect not my return, for of all those sent thither, only few, or none, come home. My boys, I then was 24 years old, and the conscription lists contained my name. 1 deadly night, I walked the streets, and walked, then quickly seized a stone and broke this arm. And they, the officers, exempted me. 'Tis true I've lost 1 arm for 60 years, but never once have I regretted it, not even on those rainy wintry nights when the old wounds oft made me groan in pain. For am I not more fortunate than they whose fate it was to perish on the Lu, who, homeless ghosts, may still be wandering and crying by the fallen 10,000's tombs? Poems by Chong Chi. Chong Chi was a contemporary of Pachuai, poetically superior to the latter both in native talent and technique. He drew much inspiration from the poetry of the Han and post-Han periods, and wrote social poems with such refinement and delicacy that they lose all propagandist color and become real poetry. Here is one love poem which has a pathos peculiar to Chinese love situations. A Pair of Pearls. You know I am a married woman, and yet you present me with a pair of pearls. Touched by your kindness, I hang these pearls on my pink silk gown. My husband is a knight in the emperor's service, and we live in yonder palatial house with fine gardens. While I know your heart is noble and means no more than a loving kindness, I must recall that I have vowed to be faithful to my husband till the end of our life. I return your pearls with tears in my eyes, sorry that we had not met before I was married. The following poem, entitled A Crow Cries in the Night, is based upon an ancient belief that, if a crow cries at night, it is an omen of imperial amnesty or pardon for sentenced criminals. A crow cries in the night, and alights on the roof of a high mansion. The lord of the house has long been silent, and is suffering in prison under an unjust sentence. The lady of the house has sold all jewels and property with which she hoped to redeem her husband. When she hears the night shrills of the crow, and realizes that pardon is near, she is gladdened at heart, and can sleep no more. She awakes her parents-in-law before the dawn, and offers them her congratulations, and she says to the crow on the roof, "May your kind omen never fail to come true. I shall loan you yonder tree for your nesting, and never allow anyone to touch your young ones." It is safe to say that the pathos which is manifest in this little poem is rarely, if ever, equaled in any poetry I know of. Protests against social inequalities. In the poetry of the Sung dynasty, there are numerous examples of protesting voices against social inequalities and political injustice. The great statesman poet Wang Yanqi, who put a form of state socialism into actual practice in the 11th century, wrote in his early years a number of poems on the unjust distribution of wealth in society. One of his poems, entitled Exploitation, has been regarded by later historians as an epitome of his political philosophy. His great contemporary poet Su Tungpa also wrote a number of problem poems, which, however, were usually criticisms of the policies of Wang Yanqi. The propagandist and controversial tone so dominates their poems that we shall have to omit them in our discussion. As a specimen of the social poetry of the Sung period, we shall quote the complaint of the weaver woman Bi Wen-tung, who was a relative and friend of Su Tungpa. The complaint of the weaver woman. Elbows sore of throwing shuttles, legs battered through operating treadles. 3 days and 3 nights of ceaseless work were required to finish this one piece of satin. Everybody admired its texture fine, and she, the weaver, was justly proud of it. Yesterday, her parents took it to the office. But what was it that made the officer so angry? He took his big seal, dripping with oiled ink, and marked it, "Not good." Her parents carried the piece homeward, and threw it inside the door. The whole family stared at one another, and tears rolled down everyone's face. Clothes were taken to the pawn shops, and silk had to be bought for a new piece. The loom operated day and night, and no money for a candle in the house. The taxes must be paid. How could they spare their coats and trousers? They had anticipated a bitter winter, and would face it as bravely as they could. The collector sat on the threshold, shouting and threatening penalties for late payment. Alas! Will it ever be possible that the mind of the poor weaver woman might become the eyes of the officer? Time and occasion makes it necessary that I should stop somewhere in the course of the history of Chinese poetry, and I propose to stop with the Sung period. In conclusion, I wish to repeat what I said at the beginning of my paper. My purpose has been to present to you one phase of the content of Chinese poetry. It has been said that poetry should not be used for any propaganda purpose for which it is ill-fitted, and that propaganda poems, like Thomas Hood's Song of the Shirt and Bridge of Sighs, are never regarded as real poetry. That is not so. Poetry is one of the most effective instruments which mankind has invented for expressing its high emotions and overflowing feelings. If poetry fails to express the cries of human suffering and misery, and contents itself as the mouthpiece of pretty lovers and saints, then it has neglected one of the sacred duties which it was primarily intended to fulfill. The great Chinese poets have never forsaken this sacred duty, and even the anonymous authors of folk poetry have always been true to this sacred mission. The folk poets of 2,600 years ago have set up an example to which the poetic tradition of China has always striven to live up. I can find no better conclusion than quoting one of the numerous folk songs which we find among the country people of our own day. The Little Sister. White wild flowers spread all over the earth. With due pomp and dowry the little sister was married off. But misfortune has marked her life, for she is married to a hunchback, who is so crippled that she has to carry him on her arms when he wishes to move about. Good neighbors, she would oft say, laugh not at my miserable life. Fate has decreed it so, and how can I fight against fate? This submissive resignation to fate is what constitutes the pathos of the poem, and is far more touching than an open condemnation of the marriage system. That tragic pathos, and not the imagism and sound pictures, is the supreme technique of Chinese poetry, and of all true poetry. A Chinese Declaration of the Rights of Women. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. April, 1924. Volume 8. Number 2. Pages 100 to 109. The subject of this little talk is the author of a novel entitled Flowers in the Mirror. His name is Li Juchen, and according to my calculation, he was probably born about 1760 and died about 1830. He was a native of Peking. In 1782, his elder brother Li Juhuang became an official in Haichou in the province of Jiangsu, and the family moved to Haichou, where our author came in close contact with a number of southern scholars who apparently had much influence over his literary and intellectual development. The famous scholar Ling Tincan, 1757 to 1809, was then residing in Haichou, and became his teacher in literature and phonetics. As far as we know, Li Juchen spent at least 23 years in the province of Jiangsu. It is not certain whether he and his family ever returned to Peking in later years. In 1805 he finished his phonetic work, the Yin Qian, which was printed in 1810. In this book, he attempted to devise a new system of phonetic notation consisting of 33 consonants and 22 vowels. Fearing that this great invention of his might be lost through the failure of the general public to read weighty philological books, he sought to preserve it by incorporating it in his popular novel, for which he is better known. The Flowers in the Mirror was probably finished in 1825. At any rate, we know that there existed a wooden block edition of it in 1828. In 1829, a new and finely illustrated edition was made in Canton. Numerous editions have been published since then, and a new and punctuated edition with my lengthy introduction has just been published by the Oriental Book Company in Shanghai. This novel consists of 100 chapters. The author purposely chose the reign of Empress Wu, AD 690 to 705, as his historical background. The book opens with a birthday celebration at the celestial palace of Wangmu, the Mother of Heaven. During the feast, the goddess of all flowers was asked by the goddess of wind to crown the celebration with a simultaneous blooming of all flowers. The request was refused on the ground of impossibility. On being pressed further, the goddess of all flowers took an oath that in case of a simultaneous blossoming of all flowers, she would be willing to suffer the penalty of banishment from the heavens. Shortly after, a star was sent from the heavens, and was destined to become the Empress Wu, who was to rule over the empire for a period of 15 years. One day, in her imperial caprice, she decreed that all the flowers in her garden should blossom on the same day. When the decree was heard in the heavens, the goddess of all flowers was absent from her palace, and was nowhere to be found, having been detained by her celestial friends at a game of chess. The minor goddesses in charge of the various flowers, fearing to disobey the order of an imperial ruler on earth, decided to respond to the call, and all the flowers of the 4 seasons burst into full blossoming at the same time, to the great satisfaction of her imperial majesty. As a fulfillment of the oath, the goddess of all flowers was banished from heaven together with the other 99 goddesses in special charge of the various flowers. These flowery goddesses were born as 100 girls of various intellectual, literary, and even military attainments. The goddess of all flowers was born in the Tang family of the present province of Guangdong. Her father Tang Ao was a learned scholar, who, having complicated himself in a revolutionary plot against the empress, was barred from political advancement and decided to join his brother-in-law on a trading trip to the strange lands abroad. 33 chapters were devoted to a description of the different countries visited, chapters 8 to 40. These countries were the imaginary inventions of the author, designed to serve as contrasts to the Chinese Empire. Many strange customs were recorded which furnished our author an opportunity to ridicule and criticize Chinese institutions and customs. This part of the book bears much resemblance to Swift's Gulliver's Travels. The next 14 chapters, 41 to 54, are devoted to an account of another trip abroad undertaken by Tang Ao's daughter, Tang Xiaoshan, in search of her father who, at the end of his trip, was so deeply attracted by the scenic beauty of an island he visited that he left his companions on board the ship, went into the hills, and never returned. The remaining portion of the book tells of the special literary examination instituted by the Empress for the women of the empire, and describes the character of a number of the most noble women among the successful candidates of the examination. The book ends with a successful revolution which culminates in the restoration of the Tang dynasty and the abdication of the only woman emperor in Chinese history, who was both a literary patron and a political genius. Technically, the flowers in the mirror is quite defective. But that is not what interests us here. This novel is of interest to us today as a monumental work of social criticism and propaganda. Undoubtedly, Li Juchen was profoundly dissatisfied with many a social custom and institution of his time. For instance, in chapters 11 and 12 he tells of the visit to the country of Jiliman, and he makes the two prime ministers of that country criticize 11 customs of the Celestial Empire. The 9th criticism is directed against foot binding, which is condemned as a practice that the virtuous must disapprove, and the sages must punish with heavy penalty. The 10th criticism is against the Chinese custom of deciding cases of marriage by fortune-telling. The belief in feng shui and the extravagance in dinner parties are among the other social usages criticized by the leaders of the country of Jiliman. Problem of sexual inequality. But it is in the inequality of the sexes and the injustice to women that our author is most deeply interested. The whole book may indeed be called a Chinese declaration of the rights of women. In this novel, the author has raised many disquieting questions concerning the treatment of women. His sense of humor made him raise the problem of the so-called double standard of sexual morality in the peculiar background of the country of the double-faced, where there was one face turned toward the rich and strong, and another toward the poor and weak. A bandit chief in the country of the double-faced succeeded in kidnapping Miss Tang Xiaoshan and 3 companions, and wished to make them his concubines. This act aroused so much jealousy and anger in his wife that she ordered him to be beaten with 40 bastinadoes on the back. After the bastinadoing, she lectured her henpecked husband in these words: "Why do you men always think of laying concubines? Suppose I were to have another man as my concubine and treat you with coldness, would you be happy? This is the sort of conduct exactly becoming a bandit, and deserves to be punished by cutting the body into 10,000 pieces. In your desire to keep concubines, have you ever thought of the principle of moral reciprocity? I have beaten you for no other cause than that you only think of yourself and never of other people. I shall have no peace of mind until my bastinadoes have succeeded in ridding you of your selfish pride, and in inculcating in you a little sense of reciprocity. Chapter 51. But the most striking treatment of the problem of the inequality of the sexes is found in the 5 chapters describing Tang Ao's visit to the kingdom of women. This remarkable country is not a nation without men, as is the case of its namesake in the novel Shiyuki. There are men as well as women in this kingdom of women, but the men are dressed in petticoats and have their feet bound, as the ladies of the celestial empire. The men are made to do all the work inside the home, while the women, clocked in high hats and high boots, carry on business and run politics. As Tang Ao and his companion landed, they saw a woman sitting inside a door and doing embroidery work. Her black hair was so well combed and oily that no fly could alight there without slipping down. Pearls and green jades decorated her beautiful hairdress. A pair of gold earrings hang from her ears. Her coat was a violet color, and her skirt was a bright green. From underneath the skirt were seen the small feet, hardly 3 inches in length. But alas! When her head was turned towards the celestial visitors, they were too frightened to run away, because her powdered and rouged face was partially hidden in a thick beard which covered her broad chin. She was what we would call a man. But this beautiful woman with a thick beard, on seeing the 2 men from China, shouted in a very coarse voice, "There are beards on your faces. You must be 2 women. How dare you run about in gentleman's dress? You pretend to be peeping at women, but in reality you are looking for men. Why don't you look into a mirror and remind yourselves of your sex? Oh, you women have no sense of shame." But the comedy did not end there. On the same day, Tang Ao's brother-in-law, Lin Qiyang, went to the royal palace and was seen by the king, who was of course a real woman of exceptional beauty, and not without the frailties common to her sex. She fell immediately in love with Lin Qiyang, who was quite good-looking, and who had only recently lost his beard in a fire during his visit to the land of fire-eaters. So he was detained in the palace, and a decree was issued to make him a queen in the kingdom of women. Process of womanizing a man. Then began a long and laborious process of womanization. Lin Qiyang was given a bath, and dressed in skirts and petticoats. His hair was combed and sweetened. Jewels were given to decorate his royal person. Rings and bracelets were put on him. This constituted the first stage of womanization. Next came several chambermaids with long beards, and with needles and threads in hand. They knelt down and said, "We beg to inform your royal majesty that we are ordered to pierce your ears." 4 maids came up and held him fast. A 5th one in white beards advanced and measured his ear lobe, which was immediately pierced through by the needle. Without paying the slightest attention to the loud cries of pain, the old chambermaid proceeded to pierce through the other ear. The blood flow was checked by powder, and a pair of earrings of 8 jewels was put on. This ends the second stage of womanization. The third step was the binding of the feet, which of course took much longer time. 2 strong maids held the queen's foot and took off its trimmings. An elderly maid sat on a stool, and, holding the queen's foot on her own knee, powdered the toes with alum powders. Then the toes were held together, and the palm of the foot was forced to curve downward. The foot was now tightly bound up with a long piece of white silk, which was immediately sewn up. The left foot was done in the same way, and with the same vigor. The queen felt his feet burning under the tight bindings, and he cried in agony. During the painful night, the queen rebelled and tore asunder all the bandages. The next day, he was ordered to be punished with 5 bastinadoes on the lower limbs. The binding was renewed with increased vigor and vigilance. In the course of half a month, the feet were already curving in, and the flesh on the toes had rotted away. At this time, the queen could not stand the severe pain any longer, and he started a second rebellion, tearing off all the bandages with a determination that he was prepared to suffer whatever penalties might be administered to him for his exertion of the rights of man. But this time a new punishment was ordered, which consisted in tying together both of his feet with a strong rope and hanging up his body in the air with his head undermost. A few minutes of trial was enough to convince our masculine queen that it was far more pleasant to be made a woman. So he at last gave up all hopes for regaining his manly rights, and submitted to all the cruelties necessary in the marvelous process of making a woman appear pleasing to men. After that, the work of womanization went on smoothly. The flesh and blood on both feet having gradually dried up, only a few bones were left, and the feet now appeared slender and small. On the morning of the royal wedding, he, or now more correctly she, was painted and rouged and dressed in all richness proper to the first lady in the kingdom of women. The feet were not very small indeed, but with the aid of high wooden soles they appeared to be of the respectable size. She was now carried to the wedding hall where, amidst the glorious candle lights and wedding music, the new queen was even capable of holding her flowing sleeves, bending very low, and kneeling properly, as only highly refined women knew how to do. Glory to the wonderful process of womanizing the man which was now completed. No comment is needed to make clear the humanitarian sympathy underlying these powerful passages, which are justly regarded as the best in the whole book, and which, I am sure, will long live in the memory of mankind as a truly powerful accusation against one of the greatest crimes committed against womankind. Education for women. Li Juchen was no mere negative critic of the position of women. On the constructive side, he advocates education for all women. Of course, he believes that all men must be educated. In chapters 23 and 24, he describes the kingdom of scholars where the government encourages universal education by means of a series of examinations. Examinations are held in history, the classics, essay writing, letter writing, phonetics, law, mathematics, penmanship and painting, medicine, and even divination. Those who have not passed any examination are called the idle population. Li Juchen realized very well that education for the sake of passing governmental examinations would not lead very far. This realization is shown in the fact that he humorously caricatured the atmosphere of stupid pedantry which permeates the kingdom of scholars, where even the waiters in the wine shop wear thick eyeglasses and talk a most barbaric jargon of the scholarly class. Nevertheless, he thinks that such an education is better than no education at all. He tells that, as a result of the examinations, all boys in that country are made to learn to read. It is better that this knowledge of reading should lead them to higher attainments. But even if that were impossible, this knowledge would still be of use to them in qualifying them for their respective callings. The above explanation is necessary for better understanding of his treatment of the country of the black-toothed people, which is apparently his utopia of universal education for women. In this country, all people have black skins and black teeth. They were certainly an ugly race. Yet the power of the universal education has succeeded in refining the people, and even made the visitors forget the dark color of their skin and teeth. After an interval of about 10 years, the queen of the land would order an examination to be held for the women of the kingdom. The successful candidates are either given the title of talented women or given other titular honors. On account of this, every family with daughters sends them to school at the age of 4 or 5 in order to prepare them for the examinations. The girls spend no money on cosmetics, because powder or rouge on their dark faces would only enhance their native ugliness. All their savings are spent on buying books and stationery, because there are no class distinctions in that country, and their only aristocracy is that of learning and scholarship. No man would want a woman for marriage until she has reached the age of maturity and attained some reputation for literary ability. She will have to remain unmarried if she had no talent or learning, even though she may be born in a great family. And our author emphatically characterizes the profound learning of 2 black girls of this utopian nation in whose presence the 2 visiting scholars from the Chinese Empire felt themselves intellectual dwarfs. There is no doubt that Li Juchen sincerely believed in the efficacy of the system of literary examinations as a means of encouraging education in the country. Therefore, he advocates that the examination system should be extended to women. In making Empress Wu institute a new system of state examinations open to women, he was in fact advocating something which was no less radical than granting the vote to women. For in China, the state examinations meant proper channels of civic advancement and political participation. The regulations governing the examinations which our author designed for Empress Wu stipulate that the examinations for women shall be the same as those for men, that the successful candidates at the district examinations shall be called Shu Nu, at the provincial ones, Su Nu, at the ministry ones, Tsai Nu, that after the final examination in the imperial court, those of the first grade shall be given the title of women of letters, those in the second grade women doctors, and those of the third grade women scholars, that the successful candidates shall be given annual salaries, and that those who are willing to serve at the imperial court shall be promoted according to their merits after 1 year's trial service. Judging from these regulations, it is not exaggerating to say that our author had in mind something not far from equality of political opportunity for both sexes. I shall conclude by quoting a few sentences from the imperial decree prefatory to these regulations. Thus said Her Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Be it noted that the Empress always called herself Huang Ti, the Emperor, of the Golden Wheel of the great dynasty of Zhou. I believe that the essence of heaven and earth is never endowed exclusively in any one sex in particular, and that advisors and counselors to the throne may very well be sought in exceptional channels. Now the state examinations have long been open to men, while the women are still barred from participating in them. This speaks ill of the electoral system, and is not conducive to the encouragement of talents. Moreover, it is evident today that the fine gifts of nature are no longer endowed in the male sex, and that virtue and goodness have long become the attributes of womankind. I have therefore consulted many a sagacious mind, and decided to institute a new system of examinations for the women of the empire. I may add that The Flowers in the Mirror was published in 1828, 9 years before Queen Victoria came to the throne, a fact which may help to clear any doubt as to any possible foreign influence in shaping the ideas of Li Juchen. The greatest event in life, a farce in one act. A.E. Zucker, The Chinese Theater. Boston, Little, Brown and Company, 1925. Pages 119 to 128. Characters: Mr. Tian, a gentleman and scholar. Mrs. Tian, his wife. Miss Tianame, their daughter. Li Fa, their old servant. A fortune teller, blind. Scene: a parlor in Mr. Tian's home. A door on the right leading to the hall. A door on the left leading to the dining room. Sofa at the back end. Armchairs. A round table in the center with flower vase and writing materials on it. 2 chairs beside the table. A writing desk at the left side of the stage. On the walls are hanging rolls of Chinese painting and writing, together with framed Dutch landscapes, bespeaking the complexity of taste in a partially modernized Chinese family. As the curtain slowly goes up, there is heard the voice of the fortune teller, who is seated by the table, and the final notes of his accompanying string instrument are still audible. Mrs. Tian is seated on one of the armchairs. Mrs. Tian, I don't quite understand what you say. Tell me, what do you think of this match? Fortune teller, I only speak the truth, Mrs. Tian. We all speak the truth. You see. Mrs. Tian, but what is the truth? Fortune teller, I am sorry to say that this match is undesirable. It would be a very unhappy marriage if your daughter should marry this young man. Mrs. Tian, why so? Fortune teller, well, you see, I only speak the truth. This young man was born in the year of the tiger, and your daughter was born in the year of the rabbit. In the books of fortune-telling, this is called conquering the rabbit by the tiger. The wife would live in constant fear of being swallowed up. And, as the conquest is complete, the wife will probably die long before her husband. I have examined the month, and the day, and the hour, and found no way to escape it. Of course, I am only telling the truth. Please don't blame my frankness. Mrs. Tian, not at all. I like truth spoken in frankness. I know what you said is true. For the goddess of mercy said the same thing yesterday. Fortune teller, so the goddess of mercy also disapproved of this union? Mrs. Tian, yes, she said that this couple, if married, will not live long together. Fortune teller, that's exactly what I said. Mrs. Tian, what the goddess said must be true. But you see, this is a very important matter. It is the greatest event in my daughter's life. We parents cannot take too much care in selecting the best possible mates for our children. So, having known the goddess's opinion, I sent for you to see if there is any possible escape. You know the words of the gods are always very brief. One may not be sure of their exact meaning. Fortune teller, quite so, quite so. Mrs. Tian, I am glad that you have confirmed the goddess's judgment. Rises and hands him some money. Thank you. Here is your pay. Fortune teller, groping for the money. No, no, that is not necessary. Thanks, thanks. I am glad that the goddess has confirmed my truth. Rises. Mrs. Tian, Li Fa. Enters Li Fa from the right-hand door. Show him out. The fortune teller goes out led by Li Fa. Mrs. Tian, taking up the red paper on which are written the dates of the young couple, folds it and puts it back into a drawer of the writing desk. It's a pity. It's a pity. Miss Ame Tian enters by the right-hand door. She is a young woman of about 24, tastefully dressed and wearing a rather anxious look on her face. Miss Tian, mother, are you consulting fortune tellers again? I met one at the gate. Have you forgotten that father had forbidden fortune-telling in our house? Mrs. Tian, just once more, my dear. Miss Tian, but you have promised father never to call fortune-tellers into our house. Mrs. Tian, I know that. But you see, I can't help doing it just once more. I have sent for him to see if you and Mr. Chen. Miss Tian, oh! Mrs. Tian, you see, this is the greatest event in your life, and you are my only child. I can't let you marry a man with whom you can't live long. Miss Tian, but Wecken. Mrs. Tian, no, you can't. The fortune-teller says so. Miss Tian, what does he know about us? Mrs. Tian, and the goddess of mercy says so too. Miss Tian, so you have asked the goddess too? What would father say to this? Mrs. Tian, I know your father would object to this, as he always objects to everything I do. But how can we old folks decide a matter which concerns your entire life? We are liable to make grave mistakes. But the gods cannot deceive us. Moreover, the fortune-teller has confirmed what the goddess said. Going to the desk and opening the drawer, let me show you what the goddess said. Miss Tian, oh no! I don't want to see it. Mrs. Tian, closing the door reluctantly, my dear, don't be too obstinate. I like your young man whom you have known during your stay in Japan. He seems to be a fine fellow. You say you know him well. But you are young and inexperienced. Even we old folks dare not trust our own judgment in such important matters. That's why I went to the goddess of mercy and sent for the fortune-teller. They both said that this match would be undesirable. It must be true. The fortune-teller said that this is a case of conquering the rabbit by the tiger, because you were born in the year of. Miss Tian, please don't say any more of it. Sobbing, I don't want to hear it. I know father will not agree with you. I know he will not. Mrs. Tian, I will tell him what I have done. He must not give away my daughter against my wish. Approaching her daughter, and trying to dry her tears with a handkerchief, now, don't cry. I'll leave you to think it over. Your father will be back soon. I go to see if dinner is ready. Be a good child and cry no more. Goes by the door leading to the dining room. A pause. As Miss Tian looks up, Li Fa appears at the door. She beckons him to come near. Miss Tian, Li Fa, I need your help. Li Fa bows amicably. My mother does not want to let me marry Mr. Chen. Li Fuh, it's a pity, a great pity. He is such a fine gentleman. He even bowed to me when I met him this morning at the street corner. Miss Tian, yes, he saw you bring in the fortune-teller, and he was afraid of any sudden change. So he telephoned to me at the school and followed me back in his motor car. He may still be waiting at the street corner. Go and tell him that my mother has made up her mind not to let us marry. Of course father will help us. Tell Mr. Chen to move his car to the next street and wait for further news. Go quickly. Li Fa bows to go, come back. Tell him, not to be anxious. Li Fa bows smilingly and goes by the right-hand door. Miss Tian goes to the desk and opens the drawer, looks at its contents without taking it out, then looks at her watch. Father ought to be back now. It is almost 12. Mr. Tian, a man of about 50, enters by the right-hand door. Miss Tian quickly closes the drawer and rises to meet him. Oh, father, you are back. Mother hesitates. Mother has something to say to you. something very important. Mr. Tien, what's that? Tell me first what it is. Miss Tien, mother will tell you. Runs to the dining room door and calls, Mother, mother, father is back. Mr. Tien, what's in this now? Sits down in the armchair. Mrs. Tien enters. Ame told me that you have something very important to say to me. Mrs. Tien, yes, something very important. Now don't contradict me. Sitting down by the table, it is about Mr. Chen's proposal to marry Ame. Mr. Tien, yes, I have been thinking about it too. Mrs. Tien, good, we all ought to be thinking about it. It is the greatest event in her life. I was simply overawed at the idea of its importance. It is true that Ame has known this young man for some years during their stay in Japan. But we don't know him. How can we be sure of his character? He is wealthy, but many wealthy young men are simply awful. He is well educated, but I have heard many returned students abandon their wives. Mr. Tien, what are you driving at? Mrs. Tien, my point is this. We should not trust our own poor judgments. At least I can't. I dare not trust myself in this matter. So I went yesterday to the temple of the Goddess of Mercy. Mr. Tien, what? Have you forgotten what you promised me? Mrs. Tien, I can't help it. I did it merely for the sake of our daughter. Mr. Tien, pooh, pooh. Go on. Mrs. Tien, I went there and asked for a divine stick. It says that this match is undesirable. Let me show you the poem on the stick. Going to the desk. Mr. Tien, pooh, pooh. I don't want to see it. I'll have nothing of this stuff. If you don't trust yourself, how can you trust such an important matter to wooden images and clay idols? Miss Tien, cheering up, I know father doesn't believe in all this. Going to him, thank you, father. We should trust our own judgment, should we not? Mrs. Tien, but it isn't the goddess alone that says no. Mr. Tien, who else then? Mrs. Tien, I still had my doubts, so I sent for the best fortune teller in this city. Mr. Tien, ahem. You have broken another promise to me. Mrs. Tien, I know it, but you see this is the greatest event in Ame's life, and I want to clear up every little doubt in my mind. Mr. Tien, but for heaven's sake, why did you create the doubt by going to the goddess? Why didn't you come to me? Mrs. Tien, don't be blasphemous. Well, the fortune teller said exactly the same thing as the goddess of mercy. Wasn't that wonderful? Mr. Tien, oh come. Don't be foolish. You have no confidence in your own eyes, so you go and put complete confidence in those who have no eyes at all. Miss Tien, I quite agree with you, father. I knew you would be on our side. Mrs. Tien, to her daughter, how dare you talk in that manner about your own marriage? Our side? Whose side is our side? For shame. You all conspire against me. Putting her face into her handkerchief and sobbing, have I no right to decide my own daughter's greatest event in life? Mr. Tien, just because this is our daughter's greatest event in life, we must go about it in a sane and intelligent manner. We must not be deceived by wooden images and clay idols and blind fortune tellers. Am I not right, Ame? Miss Tien, you are quite right, father. I knew you would not believe in all this. Mr. Tien, now, let us talk seriously. To Mrs. Tien, don't cry. No more childish superstitions. To Miss Tien, sit down and we'll have a serious talk. She seats herself on the sofa. A pause. Mr. Tien Ame, I don't want you to marry Mr. Chen. Miss Tien, greatly agitated, oh father, you don't mean it. Mr. Tien, yes, I do mean it. This union is impossible. I am sorry. Miss Tien, have you found anything against him? Mr. Tien, no, I like him very much. I could not possibly choose a better son-in-law. So much the more I am sorry. Miss Tien, puzzled and grieved, and you don't believe in the gods and fortune-tellers? Mr. Tien, oh no. Mrs. Tien and Miss Tien, at the same time, what is it then? Mr. Tien, to Miss Tien, my child, you have been abroad for so long that you have forgotten our own custom and etiquette. You have even forgotten the law of our ancestors. Miss Tien, what is the law of our ancestors that forbids our marriage? Mr. Tien, let me show you. Goes out by the dining room door. Mrs. Tien, what could it be? But I am glad that he is opposed to this union. Miss Tien, reflecting, then suddenly showing determination, I know what to do. Mr. Tien enters with a set of big folio volumes. Here is our genealogy. Turning over the leaves, look at this long line of our ancestors, and see if there has been any marriage between the Chins and the Tiens. Miss Tien, why couldn't there be any marriage between the two families? Mr. Tien, because it is the custom of the country to forbid intermarriage between persons bearing the same family name. Miss Tien, but our family is Tien, and Mr. Chen's family name is Chin. We are not of the same family name. Mr. Tien, yes, we are of the same family name. About 2,500 years ago, these two words, Tien and Chen, were pronounced in the same way, and our family name was sometimes written in the form of Chen and sometimes in the form of Tien. As the ages passed by, these two words came to be pronounced quite differently, and the two branches of our family had all the appearances of a separate origin. But the philologists know it, and our family records show that the two families have sprung from one and the same stock. The law of both the Chen family and the Tien family forbids intermarriage between them. Miss Tien, does this prohibition apply to persons whose relationship dates back 2,500 years? Mr. Tien, unfortunately it does. Miss Tien, oh father, surely you don't believe in the reasonableness of such a custom. Mr. Tien, I don't, but society does, and the old scholars do. A story was told of a peasant woman of the Tien family who married a Mr. Chen by mistake. But after her death, she was not allowed to occupy a seat in the ancestral temple until her name was changed into Shen, by prolonging the middle stroke of the word Tien. Miss Tien, I am willing to prolong the middle stroke of my family name, if that is the only objection. Mr. Tien, you are willing, but I am not. I don't want to be criticized by the old scholars of our clan on your account. Miss Tien, sobbing, but we are not of the same family. Mr. Tien, our genealogy says we are, and the old scholars say we are. I have consulted a number of scholars on this point, and they all oppose this union. You see, in a matter of such importance, although one must not be deceived by the wooden gods and blind fortune-tellers, one must respect the opinion of old scholars. And then, your young man is from a very wealthy family. I don't want people to think that I sold my daughter to a rich man at the cost of sacrificing my family name. Miss Tian, in despair, oh, Father! You have destroyed the idols of superstition, but you bow to the idols of tradition. Mr. Tian, you are angry with me? Well, I don't blame you. I understand your feelings. Li Fa enters. Li Fuh. Dinner is ready. All rise except Miss Tian. Mr. Tian, let us talk it over after dinner. Come, I am hungry. Goes into the dining room. Mrs. Tian, going to her daughter, don't cry now. We all wish for your best. Compose yourself and come to dinner. Miss Tian, I don't want dinner. Mrs. Tian, don't be obstinate. We'll wait for you. Goes into the dining room. Li Fa closes the door after her. Miss Tian looks up and sees Li Fa standing. Is Mr. Chen still waiting in his car? Li Fuh, in a low voice, yes, here is a note for you. Hands her a note. Miss Tian reads, this concerns us alone. Decide for yourself. Repeating the last sentence, decide for yourself. Yes. I must decide for myself. I must. To Li Fa, tell father and mother not to wait for me. I'll join them after dinner. Li Fa bows knowingly and retires. Miss Tian rises and puts on the cloak which she had taken off when she first entered. Goes to the desk and writes a note which she leaves under the flower vase. Then she hurries out by the right-hand door. A pause. Mrs. Tian, from within Ame, you must come and have dinner with us. Enters. Where are you? Ame. Mr. Tian, from within, leave her alone for a while. She is angry with us. Enters. Where is she? Mrs. Tian, where is she? She has gone with her cloak on. Mr. Tian, seeing the note under the vase, takes it and reads, this is the greatest event in my life. I must decide for myself. I am gone with Mr. Chen in his car. Goodbye. Mrs. Tian sinks into the armchair. Mr. Tian rushes to the door and then hesitates. Curtain. The Literary Renaissance. Sophia H. Chun Zhen edition. Symposium on Chinese Culture. Shanghai, China Institute of Pacific Relations, 1931. Pages 150 to 164. The failures in the effort to bring about a good and efficient government after the nominal establishment of the Chinese Republic in 1912 forced some men to turn their attention to other problems not immediately connected with politics. They were tired of real politics and were looking around to find some more basic factors which might be made the new cornerstones for a new political order. Thus, Wang Yuanyang, one of the best publicists of the day, who had spent many years in political activities, wrote these repentant words just before he left the country in 1915. In my humble opinion, politics is in such confusion that I am at a loss to know what to talk about. Ideal schemes will have to be buried for future generations to unearth. As to fundamental salvation, I believe its beginning must be sought in the promotion of a new literature. In short, we must endeavor to bring Chinese thought into direct contact with the contemporary thought of the world, thereby to accelerate its radical awakening. And we must see to it that the basic ideals of world thought must be related to the life of the average man. The method seems to consist in using simple and simplified language and literature for wide dissemination of ideas among the people. Have we not seen that historians regard the Renaissance as the foundation of the overthrow of medievalism in Europe? Letter to Chang Shichao, published in the Tiger, Volume 1, Number 10. The recipient of this letter, who was also one of the leading publicists of the time, published it with a reply in which he pointed out that all social reforms must presuppose a certain level of political stability and orderliness, and the promotion of a new literature cannot be an exception. In the same year, Huang Yuanyang was assassinated in San Francisco, and in the following year Mr. Chang Shichao, who would not desert politics for the promotion of a new literature, took a prominent part in the campaign which finally thwarted the monarchical movement and caused the death of Yuan Shikai. But the downfall of Yuan Shikai did not bring the country nearer to the level of political stability and order as had been expected, nor did it remove all the evil forces which Yuan Shikai had planted throughout the country, and which soon ran wild and plunged the nation into disunion and civil strife lasting to the present day. About the time when the above-quoted letter was written, a few Chinese students in American universities were carrying on a serious controversy on the problem of the Chinese language. One party to the controversy held that the literary or classical language of China was a dead, or at least half-dead language, and that it was no longer capable of being the medium for producing a living literature. Moreover, the spoken language, Peihua, in which all the great novels were written, was regarded by this group of young men as full of promise, as the only medium of the future literature of China. The other party regarded these ideas as outrageously radical, and tried to defend the classical language on the ground that it would be a great pity to discard the vast amount of literature written in it, that it was the only language understood by all educated people throughout the country irrespective of their own local dialects, and that, being the language of the prose writers and poets, it was far more beautiful than the vulgar language of the people, which, while it might be profitably employed in writing popular novels, could never be expected to be the language of poetry and polished prose. So the controversy went on for some time in America, and on the first day of the year 1917 was published in Shanghai the first declaration of what is now known as the Chinese Literary Revolution. It consisted of an article by myself on some suggestions for the reform of Chinese literature, which was followed by an article on a revolution in literature by Mr. Chintu Su, editor of The Youth, a monthly magazine in which my article was published. In both of these articles, the classical language was openly declared to have outlived its usefulness, and the Peihua was shown to be the legitimate heir to the classical language, and the few great writers who had the inspiration to produce their novels and dramas in the Peihua, but whose works, in spite of their immense popularity, had long been ignored by the literati, were reevaluated and ranked above the poets and prose writers who used the unnatural medium of the dead classical language. I came back from America in the summer of 1917 and joined the National University of Peking, of which Mr. Chintu Su was then Dean of the College of Letters. I had resolved in 1916 never to write any poetry except in the spoken language. The Youth, which was now edited by a number of professors at the university, was converted into an organ of the new literary movement, and it published only articles and verses in the Peihua. The movement was at first violently opposed by conservative scholars, but they offered no tenable argument in defense of the dead language and literature. Their opposition only helped to spread the new movement. After the students' movement in May and June 1919, the National University of Peking aroused to a position of national leadership in the world of thought, and the literary movement championed by its liberal professors was hailed by the newly awakened youth of the provinces as a most welcome emancipation. New periodicals published in the living tongue sprang up in almost every city where there were schools above the primary grade. Expression soon became a passion of the new generation, who found in the Peihua an effective vehicle for giving vent to their feelings and aspirations. All of a sudden, the movement became nationwide and spread like a wildfire. There had been neither schools nor teachers to teach the living tongue, but hundreds of writers seemed to have sprung up overnight. The Peihua seemed capable of being self-taught. What better argument is needed for the advocacy of the use of the spoken language as a literary medium? In 1920, the Ministry of Education ordered that, beginning with the following academic year, the living national language, instead of the classical language, should be taught in the first 2 grades of the primary schools. In 1928, the national government in Nanking ordered that all textbooks in the lower secondary schools should be written in the national language, and that all lower secondary texts written in the classical language should be prohibited. It is safe to estimate that at least 3/4 of the new books published during the last 5 years are in the spoken language. Thus was begun the Chinese literary renaissance, the full significance of which can best be understood by recalling the history of the rise of the national languages of modern Europe. Hardly 5 centuries have passed since Latin was the recognized literary language of whole Europe. Italy was the first to revolt. Dante, Petrarch, in his youthful days, and Boccaccio produced their best works in the dialect of Tuscany, and the popularity of their writings succeeded in finally making the Tuscan dialect the national language of the Italian people. By that time, the dialect of Paris was fast becoming the official language of France. In 1539, Francis I ordered that all public documents should be in the French of Paris, though it was still foreign to nearly half of the population in the kingdom. In the middle of the 16th century, there arose the group of French poets known as the Pleiad, who consciously advocated the use of the French language in poetry. Rabelais and Montaigne achieved an even greater success in prose. Thus, by the end of the 16th century, the French of Paris became the undisputed national language of France. The case of modern English, being more similar to that of modern Chinese, is all the more instructive. As late as the latter part of the 14th century, there were 3 main dialects competing for supremacy in England. The Southern dialect, spoken south of the Thames, was the most conservative, being full of old forms and inflections. The Northern dialect, which extended from the Humber to Aberdeen, was undergoing such rapid and radical changes owing to the Danish settlements that it had become almost an entirely new language. Between these 2 extremes stood the Midland dialect, which was more or less comprehensible to the speakers of both dialects. This Midland dialect, being the language of London and of the 2 great universities, soon came to be adopted as the standard speech. Chaucer, the greatest poet of the 14th century, wrote his poetry in this dialect, and his great contemporary, Wycliffe, too, used it in his English translations of the Bible. The popularity of their writings and the introduction of the printing press in the following century made the Midland dialect the undisputed national tongue of England. The lesson taught by such recent history can easily be applied to a historical consideration of the Chinese literary renaissance. A little unbiased reflection and historical study will lead us to the conclusion that what is now called the literary revolution is no more than a culminating stage in a long process of historical evolution. The story is indeed a long one, but the salient facts are simple. As early as the 2nd century BC, the classical language had already become unintelligible to the people. Thus, about the year 124 BC, in a memorial to the emperor, Premier Kung Sun Hung said, "The imperial edicts and laws that have been proclaimed, while they are most elegantly worded and contain benevolent instructions, are not generally understood by the public officers, who are too inadequately educated to explain these to the people." In order to meet this most serious difficulty, the government hit upon a system under which public offices were conferred upon those who had studied the classic writings. This system, which was later perfected into the great system of literary examinations, has succeeded in maintaining to this day the supremacy of the classical language, which had become unintelligible to the public officers over 2,000 years ago. But no governmental power, however great, can prevent a language from undergoing the inevitable processes of phonetic change and grammatical levelings gradually and unconsciously brought about by the common sense of the people. In China, these processes, by a stroke of good fortune, have been allowed to go on unimpeded and uninterfered with by the literary class, which was busily occupied with the task of mastering the subtleties of the dead classical language. For a long period of over 20 centuries, the dialects have been permitted to keep on changing and modifying until some of the dialects have become as distinct from the classical language as any two cognate languages can possibly be different from each other. The dialects of northern China, owing to the influence of numerous barbarian conquests and settlements, have undergone the most radical changes in pronunciation, in tones, and in grammar. But because the political capital of the empire has always been in the north, the northern dialects have come to be accepted as the Mandarin or official language of the empire. The middle dialects, covering the provinces of the Yangtze Valley down to Nanking and a little further to the east, also belong to the group of Mandarin dialects. The southwestern provinces, Sichuan, Yunnan, Guizhou, and part of Guangxi, were settled in comparatively recent times, and their dialects represent the latest stages of linguistic revision and leveling. These southwestern dialects are generally admitted to be the most universally understood dialects of the Mandarin group. It is these Mandarin dialects, the northern, middle, and southwestern dialects, which now form the Kuyuan national language of China. All these dialects have their local peculiarities, but are generally understood throughout the vast region covered by this linguistic group. A person speaking any one of the dialects has no necessity to change his own language when traveling in China, although people may smile at some of his peculiar colloquialisms. This group of Mandarin dialects covers almost 90% of Chinese territory. From Harbin to Yunnan, from the Great Wall to the southern limits of the Yangtze Valley, from Nanking to the desert of Gobi, all that is the territory of the national language. And the southeastern corner, from Shanghai to the Pearl River Valley, which is the region of the most ancient and conservative dialects, is being fast conquered by the force of commerce, of education, and of the modern means of transportation and communication. How is it possible that, in the brief course of less than 10 years, the despised spoken tongue of the people was firmly established as the language of education and of literary composition? The answer is, the Peihua has for many centuries already become the language of education and literature, although it was never consciously recognized as such. It was for centuries the language of the theater and of the novels, both of which were by far more influential organs of education than the schools and the literary examination. Everybody knew the popular novels and plays, although everybody felt ashamed to admit that they knew them. And every parent or village schoolmaster tried to prevent his young son or pupil from reading them. But the young people always found a way to read and enjoy them. Nominally, the language of education was the language of the Confucianist classics, which were taught in all schools, and on which all civil service examinations were based. But in reality, the most popular and most influential books in China were neither the 5 classics nor the 4 books, but the Sanqua, the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, the Xuehu, the Heroes of Liangshan, the Shiyuqi, the Westward Pilgrimage, and the Fengshen Xuan, the Ordaining of the Gods, all of which are novels written in the Peihuan and read by the millions. These were the classics of the people. From them, the vast populace have been learning practical wisdom, morals, manners, speech, glimpses of history, religion, humor, and superstition. From them, the boxers of 1900, the Yuan Shikais, and the Wu Peifus received their first knowledge of military tactics and statesmanship. Above all, these great novels have been the most effective teachers of the living language. It was the novelists who put the spoken tongue into written form. They borrowed the written characters from the classical literature and invented new words, wherever no written form existed in the classical language. In this way, they have given to the Peihua standard literary form, just as Dante and Boccaccio, and Chaucer and Wycliffe have given the standard literary form to their mother tongues. The immense popularity of these and hundreds of other novels has given to the people a familiar knowledge of the written form of the living tongue, a knowledge of which the people made little or no use other than reading more novels and writing home letters. But when the call came for new writers to express themselves in the living tongue, many writers suddenly found themselves already in possession of an effective literary medium, which was so easy and so simple that they had acquired it without effort, and without even knowing it. It is safe to say that all the hundreds of Peihua writers who have arisen to literary prominence since 1917 have received their literary education through the great novels. As we now look back in the long history of Chinese literature, we can see clearly that, throughout the 20 centuries, when the dead classical language reigned supreme, it was always the living tongue of the people that served as the medium through which the best artistic and literary talents of the race found satisfactory expression. At first, it was the language of folk poetry. While the court writers and scholars wrote in polite classical style, the rustic lovers and the village singers sang their love and joy and suffering in the language of their everyday speech. Many of these folk songs were collected by the court musicians, and the simplicity and unadorned beauty of this type of popular poetry was early recognized by the classical poets, who often condescended to imitate their style and melody. It was those collected songs of the people that opened the new era of Chinese poetry, which began about 200 AD, and which attained its full development in the poets of the Great Tang Dynasty, 620 to 900. Throughout this long period, the common people continued to produce their folk songs. The new barbarian races in the north sang their heroic and warlike songs, and the peace-loving races of the lower Yangtze Delta contributed their hundreds of plaintive love lyrics. All these furnished model and inspiration to the classical poets of the age and brought about the era which was immortalized by such great poets as Tao Qian, Li Pe, Tu Fu, and Pachuai. When the poetic forms originated by the popular singers of an earlier age had become stereotyped through the long periods of imitation, newer forms and melodies again arose from among the lowly and unlettered people, and once more arrested the attention of the literary class. Thus the new songs of the dancing girls and public entertainers of the 9th century led to the great era of tzu, which are songs of irregular lines written to the music of popular tunes. This type of poetry, which was more melodious and had greater variety than the earlier regular 16 forms of pentasyllabic and septisyllabic lines, flourished about 400 years, 900-1300. Then arose another new type of songs known as the chudzu, which differed from the tzu only in its greater freedom in the length of the lines. These new songs, coming again from the singing and dancing girls, not only founded a new era of poetic activity, but also furnished the tunes of which the singing parts of the early Chinese dramas were composed. At first, it was found possible to combine 2 or 3 existing tunes for the composition of poems with larger or more complicated themes. Then it became a fashion with the storytellers to recite a long tale in a series of such combinations of songs. Finally, when the indirect narration of the reciter was changed into the direct dialogue between the characters on the stage, it became drama. Thus the songs of the country singer and the sing-song girl have been directly and indirectly responsible for creating 2 of the most important branches of literature, the epic and the drama. It was natural that prose literature in the Peihua rose much later than poetry. Those who needed prose writing wrote in the classical style, while those who could not write classical prose had very little practical use for writing. Prose writing in the spoken tongue arose in the 8th century from 2 sources. First, the monks of the Zen schools began to record the sayings and discourses of their great teachers as they were spoken. Those great Zen masters spoke so forcefully and used such strong and plain language that it was indeed a crime to translate them into the tame and polished style of the literati. This practice of recording philosophical teaching in the Peihua proved to be so useful and effective that it was continued by the Neo-Confucianist philosophers of later ages, and was known as the style of recorded discourses. The other source of Peihua prose was the storytellers. The early reciters left no written records of their stories. But beginning with the 8th century, we find the storytellers took pains to write down the tales more or less as they were recited. Some of the tales were entirely in verse, others in rhythmic prose interposed with verses, and others in prose throughout. The first class developed into the epics, the second into those dramatic recitals which were partly sung to music and partly spoken, and the third into the short tales and serial novels. Many of the tales written by the best writers of the Tang dynasty were still written in the classical language, and were intended to be read by the qualified few, but not recited to the unlettered masses. But the professional storyteller must reach the largest audiences possible, and must prepare his spoken texts, as they were actually to be recited to the people that flocked to hear him. It was from these spoken texts that have come the novelette and the novel. The Chinese novelette has a peculiar form of its own. It almost invariably consists of 2 parts, an introductory story and the main story. The professional reciter learned from experience that the most effective way to excite the interest of his audience was to tantalize them with a little story, which should illustrate the moral of the main story either by contrast or by similarity. When an attentive audience was assured, he then began to tell the main story. This double-story form of the novelette has been preserved even in recent times, when the stories are largely written to be read and not verbally told. The serial novel is the result of long processes of evolution which began with the long historical recitals. At first, we find only a haphazard piecing together of historical episodes without any attempt at internal organization or uniformity in language and style. Gradually, the professional reciter realized that he could not retain his audience throughout a very lengthy historical recital without something like a moving plot. The practical problem was how to get back the same audience for tomorrow's recital. Somehow the storyteller hit upon a curious method. He would so arrange his material, and so tell his story, as to arouse the interest of his hearers to the highest pitch, and then suddenly bring the recital to an abrupt stop just at the psychological moment of most intensified suspension. Just as a poisoned arrow was being shot at our beloved hero, or just as the sword was pointing to the heart of our beautiful heroine, or just as the heroic convict making his desperate escape from prison was being overtaken by the troops, suddenly the reciter would beat upon his drum and end the day's recital with a cruel formula. If you wish to know what happened next, come to hear the next recital. This was the beginning of the serial novel, of which each chapter is called a hui, which means a time or a period of recital. Practically all the early novels were crudely written by uneducated or poorly educated professional storytellers. A few great cycles of historical romance or mythological legend, however, stood out as most preeminently beloved by the people. They were known everywhere and remembered by everybody. These stories passed from mouth to mouth, from city to city, and from generation to generation. Every man or woman was free to add something to them, to put in a little local color here and there, or to suggest a little change now and then. In this manner, these great cycles of popular legend and history went through numberless changes and revisions in the hands of the greatest master of literature, the common sense of a race. Then, after centuries of such unconscious processes of evolution, these legends suddenly caught the imagination of some great masters of literature who took them out of the hands of the people, and retouched them with the brush of intelligence and artistic genius. The legends remained, but the plots were recast, the dialogues greatly improved, the characters ennobled, and the conception elevated. Thus retouched and improved by the great masters of the literary art, these historical and mythological recitals emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries in their final form, as the first masterpieces of Chinese fiction. Such were the Xuehu, the heroes of Liang Shan, the Shi Qi, the Westward Pilgrimage, and, to a lesser degree, the Sanqua, the Three Kingdoms. All of these were glorious consummations of many centuries of continuous evolution, and have remained the best sellers for the last 3 or 4 centuries. A great critic in the 17th century was inspired to declare emphatically, of all the literary masterpieces in the world, nothing is better than the Xuehu. From the above account, it is clear that spoken Chinese as represented by the Mandarin dialects and by the language of the novels is fully qualified to become the national language of China. It is not only the language most widely spoken and most generally understood in the country, it is also the language in which a not ignoble literature has been produced, a literature richer and more extensive than any modern European language had ever achieved at the time of its establishment as a national language. It seems incredible that a language of such wide currency and literary promise should have to wait so long before it was ever thought of as a legitimate substitute for the long-dead classical language. But the explanation is really simple. The authority of the language of the sacred classics and the ancient tradition has been truly too great to be easily overcome. This authority became invincible when it was enforced by the power of a long-united empire and reinforced by a fair but very rigid system of state examinations under which the only channel of civic advancement for any man was through the mastery of the classical language and literature. The rise of the national languages in Europe was facilitated by the absence of these two powerful factors, the united empire and the system of state examinations. The dream of one empire, one law, and one language never has been realized since the downfall of the Roman Empire. Yet the two great churches in Rome and in Eastern Europe, the shadow counterparts of the Roman Empire, have been able to maintain the use of two dead classical languages throughout all these centuries. It cannot be disputed that the Protestant Reformation was just as powerful a factor as the rise of the modern states in accelerating the establishment of the national languages in Europe. And it is no mere historical accident that the Chinese literary revolution was started 10 years after the abolition of the literary examinations in 1905. Moreover, there was lacking in the history of spoken Chinese one important factor, without which the authority of the classical language could never be challenged. That factor is a conscious recognition of the fact that the classical language is dead, and no longer capable of being the national language of a modern nation. Dante not only wrote in the vulgar tongue of Tuscany, but also defended it in his treatise De Vulgari Eloquentia. Boccaccio, too, was a conscious defender of the literary medium he used. In France, the Pléiades were all conscious advocates of the French language. Indeed, Du Bellay, one of the Pléiades, wrote La Défense et illustration de la langue française, in which he asserted the right of the French language to stand as a medium of poetic expression. It is this element of conscious advocacy that was lacking in the case of the Chinese Peihua. There were numerous writers who were in one way or another attracted by the vulgar tongue and wrote in it. There was none, however, who openly questioned the authority of the classical language and consciously defended the living tongue as the only legitimate medium of literary and poetic composition. Indeed, most of those who wrote their best works in the Peihua thought so little of them that they preferred to remain anonymous. It took me many years of research to establish the authorship of some of the great novels, but the authorship of some of them will probably never be identified. The writers were ashamed of what they had achieved, and were entirely unconscious of the important role they were playing in creating a living language and literature for their nation. What the recent literary revolution did was to supply this very factor which had been lacking in the long history of the living language, and openly to declare that the classical language has been dead for at least 2,000 years, that the imitative literature in the dead language has no real literary value, and that the Peihua, which has been the popular literary medium for many centuries, is and will be the only proper and effective medium for education and for all forms of literary expression. No dead language can produce a living literature, was the war cry of the literary revolution. Its constructive policy is summed up in the motto, "Produce a literature in the national language, and you shall have a national language of real literary worth." On the other hand, the classical language suddenly found itself without a defender who could proffer articulate and tenable arguments in its behalf. Mr. Lin Shu, the famous translator of 200 English and European novels into classical Chinese, who led the opposition to the new literary movement, could only declare, "I know that the classical style ought not to be abolished. I know it, but I cannot tell why." Against such unreasoned and inarticulate opposition, the leaders of the new movement had no difficulty in scoring an easy and speedy success. This success was not brought about by the work of any individual or any group of individuals. The time has long been ripe for this revolution. 2,000 years of collective effort in linguistic revision and 10 centuries of literary activity in the living tongue, these are the real factors which have made such a rapid success possible. The common sense of our people, the songs and tales of numberless and nameless men and women have for all these centuries been unconsciously but steadily and incessantly preparing for this day. All unconscious processes of natural evolution are of necessity very slow and wasteful. Once these processes are made conscious and articulate, intelligent guidance and experimentation become possible, then the work of many centuries may be telescoped into the brief period of a few years, and an easy success ensured for the literary revolution which is in reality merely the culmination of 20 centuries of historical evolution. Introduction to Monkey. Wu Chien, Monkey, Arthur Waley Trans. New York, John Day, 1943, pages 1 to 5. He was very fond of strange stories when I was a child. In my village school days, I used to buy stealthily the popular novels and historical recitals. Fearing that my father and my teacher might punish me for this and rob me of these treasures, I carefully hid them in secret places where I could enjoy them unmolested. As I grew older, my love for strange stories became even stronger, and I learned of things stranger than what I had read in my childhood. When I was in my 30s, my memory was full of these stories accumulated through years of eager seeking. I have always admired such writers of the Tang dynasty as Tuan Xiechengshi and Yo Shengju, who wrote short stories, so excellent in portrayal of men and description of things. I often had the ambition to write a book of stories, which might be compared with theirs. But I was too lazy to write, and as my laziness persisted, I gradually forgot most of the stories which I had learned. Now only these few stories, less than a score, have survived and have so successfully battled against my laziness that they are at last written down. Hence this book of monsters. I have sometimes laughingly said to myself that it is not I who have found these ghosts and monsters, but they, the monstrosities themselves, which have found me. Although my book is called a book of monsters, it is not confined to them. It also records the strange things of the human world, and sometimes conveys a little bit of moral lesson. Thus wrote Wu Chien in his preface to a book of short stories written in the classical language. This collection has been lost, but this preface, fortunately preserved in his collected writings, tells us much about the future author of Monkey or Shiyuki. It tells of his boyhood delight in the strange stories and historical recitals written in the living tongue of the people. It reveals his lifelong ambition to write a great book of stories about ghosts and monsters, which was to rival the stories by the famous writers of Tang, and which, though primarily about monsters, did not exclude the strange things of our human world and might also convey a little bit of moral lesson. All this he might have written of the monkey, had he cared to write a preface to it under his own name. He had apparently grown dissatisfied with his monster stories, composed in the classical style in imitation of the Tang writers. At long last, he decided to carry out his great literary ambition by writing a greater book of monsters in the language of the vulgar literature of his time. But it was such a great disgrace for a man of literary reputation to produce a novel in the vulgar tongue that the story was published anonymously. And nothing in the 2 volumes of his collected writings, discovered in the imperial palaces and reprinted by the Palace Museum Library, 1930, gives the slightest hint of his connection with the book. Just as he in his early boyhood could only enjoy the novels and stories in secret hiding places, so he in his old age had to conceal the authorship of his great masterpiece in anonymity. For his age was an era of literary reaction. The leading men of letters of the 16th century were vehemently advocating a return to the poetry and prose of the greatest classical periods. Their war cry was, "No prose after the Han Dynasty, no poetry after the first period, ending 770 AD, the year of the death of Tu Fu of the Tang Dynasty." This movement of classical revival was led by the so-called early 7 geniuses, about 1495 to 1530, and later 7 geniuses, about 1550 to 1590. Our author Wu Xiaoqian, circa 1500 to 1580, was not only contemporaneous with these movements, but was an intimate friend of Su Chengxing, 1517 to 1578, one of the later 7. But even as these great leaders preached and produced their imitative classical literature, a new literature of great vitality and power was growing up from among the people, and was forcing itself upon the attention and affection of all the classes. This new literature comprised the folk songs, folk tales, historical recitals, and popular tales of ghosts, judges, detectives of crime, and heroes. Many skillfully told short stories had been in existence ever since the Sung time. A number of the longer novels had come to be written down, revised and rewritten in the course of transmission, and finally printed and sold as bestsellers among the people. Of these serial stories, the Sanque, 3 Kingdoms, and the Shui Huchuan, which Pearl Buck translated as All Men Are Brothers, had more or less attained their present form before the end of the 15th century. These novels and stories were read by everybody who could read, although nobody probably would admit having read them. And school boys were severely punished for having read and enjoyed them. The literary evolution of Wu Chengyan is typical of many an author of Chinese novels. He loved the vulgar novels in his boyhood. He went through his classical education and training and became ashamed of his boyish delights. He wrote his imitative poetry and prose in the classical style. He tried to write his stories in imitation of the story writers of Tang and Sung. Finally, in his mellow old age, he took the bold step of producing his masterpiece in the language of the street and the marketplace, and published it anonymously. Wu died without any children. The anonymity of the authorship of Monkey was so complete that for over 3 centuries the general reading public actually believed that the story was written by the Taoist patriarch Chiu Chi, 1148 to 1227, who in 1219 was invited by Genghis Khan to visit him in Central Asia, and who left a record of his travels under the title Shiyu Qi, Record of a Journey to the West, which is still regarded as a valuable contribution to the geographical knowledge of the time. It was the similarity in title and the seemingly allegorical character of the novel, which were largely responsible for the erroneous attribution of authorship. But to the people of Huayan, the birthplace of Wu Xiaoqian, the authorship of the story was apparently well known in the 16th and 17th centuries. The local history gazetteer of Huayan compiled in 1625, definitely recorded that the novel Shiyuki was written by him. This is the first Chinese novel of which the authorship is now authentically established. The story is originally in 100 chapters, which may be divided into 3 main parts. I. The story of the monkey, chapters 1 to 7. 2. The story of Sun Sang and the origin of the mission to India, chapters 8 to 12. 3. The pilgrimage to India, chapters 13 to 100. Mr. Whaley's version in 30 chapters has translated Part 1 and Part 2 almost entirely, his chapter divisions corresponding exactly to the first 12 chapters in the original. From Part 3, Mr. Whaley has translated only chapters 13 to 15, 13 to 15, 18 to 19, 16 to 17, 22, 18, 37 to 39, 19 to 21, 44 to 46, 22 to 24, 47 to 49, 25 to 27, and 98 to 100, 18XXX. It will be noted that Mr. Whaley has here translated only 30 of the 100 chapters in the original, and has left out in particular the second half, chapters 50 to 97, of the book. Of the 34 episodes after the conversion of the 3 disciples, Whaley has selected 4. The story of the kingdom of Krokok, 19 to 21, the story of the 3 Taoist demons in the Kartslo kingdom, 22 to 24, the river that leads to heaven, 25 to 27, and the final calamity caused by the white turtle 6. Recollection of my own boyhood favorites in the book makes me feel a little regret that my friend Whaley has not included in this translation such exceedingly exciting episodes as the 3 demons of the Lion Camel Mountain, 74 to 77, or the battles with the Red Boy, 40 to 42, or such charmingly entertaining episodes as the Dharma-destroying kingdom, 84 to 85. The monkey playing the medico at the Vermilion Purple Kingdom, 68 to 69, or the story of the mandrake fruit, 24 to 26. I cannot help expressing the wish that at a more propitious time, Mr. Whaley may be moved to include a few of these episodes in his most admirable and most delightful translation. But in spite of these few mildly regretted omissions, Mr. Whaley has on the whole exercised excellent critical judgment in his selection of the episodes. I agree with most of his omissions, and heartily approve his method of omitting many episodes, but translating those that are retained almost in full. His rendering of dialogue is truly masterful both in preserving its droll humor and retaining its rich proverbial form. Only a careful comparison with the original text can fully appreciate the translator's painstaking effort in these directions. Freed from all kinds of allegorical interpretations by Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucianist commentators, Monkey is simply a book of good humor, profound nonsense, good-natured satire, and delightful entertainment. It has delighted millions of Chinese children and adults for over 300 years, and, thanks to Mr. Whaley, it will now delight thousands upon thousands of children and adults in the English-speaking world for many years to come. Marriage Customs in China. The Cornell Era. June 1914. Pages 610 to 611. Cornell Papers. Dr. Hamilton W. Maybe lately the exchange lecturer to Japan, once said that there is one maxim which a person who attempts to interpret the mind of a foreign people or to report the conditions in a foreign country should carefully observe. That maxim is, neither to laugh nor to cry, but to understand. He who does not understand a foreign custom is not qualified even to praise it, and much less to laugh or sneer at it. With this maxim in mind, I purpose to discuss the marriage custom in China. My desire is to point out the rationality of the system, not to defend or vindicate it, but to give the reader a better understanding of it. When the Chinese girl is about 13 or 15 years old, her parents and their friends inquire around for a possible son-in-law. After all proper inquiries have been made, engagement takes place through the medium of the introducer, generally the mutual friend of the engaging parties. The betrothal is usually arranged by the parents. The boy and girl may or may not be consulted, and even when consulted usually give their blushing consent. Many questions naturally arise. Why engage so early? Why let the parents make the choice? Is true love possible in such a marriage? Early engagement has two great advantages. It assures the young man and young woman of their life companions. Hence they need not worry about the all-important task of seeking a helpmate, which constantly confronts the young people of the Western world. Moreover, it imposes upon the young people a duty to be constant, faithful, and pure. Now let me next point out the rationality of parental choice in marriage. First, as the couple are engaged while very young, it would be a great disaster to trust to the free choice of a girl of 13 or to a boy of 15. We believe that the parents have had more experience in the school of life and are, therefore, better qualified to make the choice. Furthermore, we believe that as all parents love their children and wish them well, they will surely exercise their best judgment in a matter so essential to the welfare of their children. Secondly, this system also relieves the young people from the terrible ordeal of proposing for marriage, which, I imagine, must be awfully embarrassing. Thirdly, the parental arrangement preserves the dignity, the chastity, and the modesty of womanhood. The young woman is not exposed to the marriage market. She is protected from the mercilessness of the men with whom her Occidental sister may be thrown into contact, and out of whom she is to choose her future husband. She does not have to please, flirt, or to hunt for a husband. Fourthly, there is the most important fact that in China, the married couple do not start a new family. The son brings his wife to live under the parental roof. The wife is not alone the life companion of her husband, but is also the helper and comforter of her parents-in-law. Therefore, it is to the interest of the family that the daughter-in-law should be not only the person whom her husband loves, but also one with whom his parents can live peacefully. Today, the Western world is beginning to recognize the fact that marriage is no longer an individual affair, but has a social import, and accordingly there has arisen the great movement of eugenics, advocating state interference in marriage and legislation requiring certificates of health and family records from the contracting parties. This is far more tyrannical than parental interference, and is justified only on the ground of social utility. Just as your eugenic laws are justified by the fact that marriage is a matter of social significance, so the rationality of the Chinese marriage system is to be found in the fact that marriage concerns not only the young couple, but the whole family as well. Now let me answer the question: is true love possible in such a marriage? We answer, most certainly yes. I have seen many a married couple so devoted to each other that I always decry the idea that love can only be made in a romantic way. I have come to the conclusion that the love in the Western marriage is self-made, but the love in our system is duty-made. Let me illustrate. Writing in the Independent of February 16, 1914, Cora Harris says, Marriage is a miracle, one of those sublime manifestations of love in nature which makes one flesh of one man and one woman. It is the one relation in life which must be made through divine faith, one into the other. It is an inner sanctuary of a man's and a woman's life which must not be touched by the world. This perhaps represents the poetic view of what I call the self-made love. But it seems to me there is another type of love, the duty-made love. When the Chinese girl is betrothed to a man, she knows he is to be her future husband, and, as husband and wife are in duty bound to love each other, she naturally entertains a tender feeling for him. This tender feeling, imaginary at first, gradually grows into a real sympathy and love. Actual love-making, however, begins with marriage. The man and the woman realize that they are now husband and wife, and, as such, it is their duty as well as their own interest to love each other. They may differ in temperament, in taste, or their philosophy of life, but they realize that they cannot get along together without rubbing off their sharp edges. They have to compromise. To use the language of a Chinese lady educated in this country, each is willing to go halfway to meet the wishes of the other. In this way a true love, which is in no way unhealthy, gradually grows. Introduction to the story of the Chinese Eastern Railway. George E. Sokolsky, The Story of the Chinese Eastern Railway. Mr. George E. Sokolsky has done a great service to the reading public, Chinese as well as foreign, by giving us the first connected story of the Chinese Eastern Railway. There is, as far as I am aware, no book in any language which tells this story from an impartial and unbiased standpoint. The best authority on the earlier history of the CER is Dr. Philip Joseph's Foreign Diplomacy in China, 1894 to 1900. But his book only brings the story down as far as the year of the Boxer Uprising. The Chinese writers on the history of Chinese diplomacy merely made use of second-hand materials, and very few of them have been able to avail themselves of the rich material furnished by the recent publication in the European countries of secret governmental documents and of private memoirs of statesmen and diplomats. It is only a few months ago that Mr. Wang Guangqi, a student in Germany, published 2 booklets on the diplomatic history of Manchuria which indicate a new tendency among Chinese historical writers to resort to original materials. One of these books is entitled The Secret Story of Drabun's Intervention for the Restoration of Liatung to China, which is a translation of chapters 5, 6, and 7 of Otto Frank's Die Grosse Macht in Ostasien von 1894 bis 1914. The other is on the USA and the Manchurian Problem, which is a collection of secret documents translated from the 32nd volume of Diplomatischen Akten des Answartigen Amtes 1871 to 1914, published in 1926, together with numerous marginal notes in red ink made by Kaiser Wilhelm when perusing the original dispatches. Both of Mr. Wang's translations are valuable in that they furnish us with a wealth of material illustrative of the part played by Germany on 2 important occasions in the Manchurian situation. His translation of the private notes made by the Kaiser is particularly interesting because these short, outspoken, and often cynical remarks clearly reveal what he thought of the Far Eastern diplomatic situation in 1910. The historical materials have been forthcoming, but no attempt has been made to sift these documents and reconstruct a connected story of a situation which, in a brief period of 35 years, has been more than once on the verge of bringing the whole world into armed conflict. Mr. Sokolsky's present work is an attempt to supply this long-felt need and will be welcomed and judged as such. These articles divide themselves into two parts. The first 5, as the author himself has pointed out, deal with indisputable historical facts for which reference could be made to state documents. In these articles, Mr. Sokolsky has succeeded in giving us a panoramic summary of the events and forces which made the Manchurian situation what it was after the treaties of Portsmouth and Peking, 1905. Part 2 of this series tells how Russia lost her hold on the CER, and how she has tried since the Great War to regain this lost control and to retain it. It also tells how China gradually asserts herself since December 1917 to play a part in the struggle for the control of the railway. The author wisely cautions his readers that in these later articles the facts are not so clearly ascertainable and documentation not so indisputable. Indeed, the task is so difficult that the author has to terminate this story by quoting in juxtaposition two official views of China and Soviet Russia. With all due respect to our author's cautious suspension of judgment, readers of these articles cannot help forming certain conclusions of their own after studying these lucid, and in most cases, fair statements. I, for one, cannot refrain from forming the conclusion that what China lost in Manchuria was lost through our own ignorance and incompetency, and that what she has gradually gained back in that region as well as elsewhere has been gained back through the gradual but marked change and improvement in the newer international relations throughout the whole world. The first part of my proposition needs no amplification. Let anyone who doubts it read the memoirs of Witt, Girard, Frank, and Hayashi and be satisfied. The 20th century opened with bloodshed in China, and more particularly with wholesale massacres in northern Manchuria, conducted by the Russian Cossacks. Russia was determined to occupy Manchuria against all protests from China and from the other powers. It was the Anglo-Japanese alliance which made possible the Russian evacuation of northern Manchuria. In 1909 and 1910, Mr. Knox and President Taft attempted to solve the Manchurian situation by proposing to neutralize the railways in the whole of Manchuria. This proposal failed completely, and only brought Japan and Russia more closely together in their common interest in maintaining the status quo in Manchuria. Mr. Sokolsky's omission of this episode in his 6th article seems a little regrettable, because it was the fear of possible intervention by a third power that led to the long series of secret agreements between Russia and Japan of 1910, 1912, and even as late as 1916. The secret agreement of 1916, which Mr. Sokolsky quoted in full, reveals in most unmistakable terms the imperialistic designs of these two powers on China. This document becomes more significant when it is read together with the 21 demands which Japan had made to China in the previous year, 1915, and with all the apologetic explanations which had been made thereof. But this agreement was not to be operative for any length of time. The war ended in 1918, and, although the Peace of Versailles was most unsatisfactory to China, the international situation has since undergone a perceptible change for the better. Wilsonian idealism has not come true, but the ideal of self-determination has inspired a great many peoples. It became the war cry of Soviet Russia in her defiance of the imperialistic powers of the world. Just as the same terrible Tsarist Russia, which had planned the Drabant and had seized Port Arthur and Downey, was responsible for the call of the Hague Conference in 1898, so the same bloody Russia of a new order was fast becoming a new center of international idealism and professing to play the role of the liberator of oppressed peoples. It was this new idealism, professed or otherwise, which forced Russia to make the famous declarations of 1919 and 1920 with regard to China. It has been often said that those declarations were gratuitous and empty because Russia had already lost what she was professing to give back to China. This is not true. Apart from the moral effects, which were inestimably great, these declarations made possible certain material advances which neither the Inter-Allied Board of Control of the CER or the Washington Conference was able to make in the solution of the railway problem. For the report of the subcommittee of the Washington Conference clearly recognized the 1896 agreement and the supplementary agreements thereto as the basis for the status of the CER, which, says the report, is in effect the property of the Russian government. China, according to this committee, only has certain reversionary rights which are provided for in the original contract of 1898. It is true that the Russian Declaration of 1920 has retracted much from Febo-Jestov 1919, and that the agreements of 1924 fall still farther below the idealistic offers of the two previous declarations. But the 1924 agreements, it must be said in all fairness, are a very great step in advance of the 1898 agreement, which the Washington Conference held to be inviolable. All that China has regained in the railway region, and in the railway itself, has its legal basis in this agreement. The Sino-Soviet agreements of 1924, when studied in the light of the 1896 agreements, mark the slow progress made in international relations during these last 30 years. A new outlook has gradually prevailed in the international relations throughout the world, and China has been the gainer because of it. We have regained all the former German possessions in Shantung without a fight, and we have gained an equal share of control with Russia in the CER without a fight. And if we have not been able to make the fullest use of the idealistic declarations of Soviet Russia made at the height of her idealistic outburst, are we not ourselves to be blamed? We were ourselves too busily engaged in our own petty warfares and intrigues, and were not prepared to grasp the opportunity which a sudden outburst of international conscience was furnishing us. And if we have again failed to exercise the full rights of equal authority and equal responsibility in the management of the CER, as provided for in the 1924 agreements, we have again ourselves to blame. We have been ill-prepared for effective technical participation, and have placed old militarists and mandarins in positions where there should have been highly trained technical experts. It is sheer stupidity to question the sincerity and genuineness of any manifestation of idealism in international relations. All international dealings must be guided by some sense of self-interest, and in all probability it is this very self-interest which constitutes the genuineness of such occasional manifestations of idealism and goodwill. But such questioning is irrelevant. The really vital question is, are we prepared to avail ourselves of the opportunities which the new international relations of a slowly improving world may from time to time offer to us? No matter what the outcome of the present Sino-Russian conflict may be, one thing is certain, namely, that there will be a Sino-Russian conference on the question of the CER, a conference which has been delayed for 5 years. China's task is to prepare for that conference, not with posters and slogans and the pursuit of abstract theories, but by organizing a group of experts and technicians who will safeguard China's interests at such a conference and who will be fitted by training and experience to assume the management of the line. Which road are we going? Pacific Affairs. October 1930. Volume 3. Number 10. Pages 933 to 946. A group of us who are friends have been meeting constantly during the last year or two and talking over the problems of China, each man choosing a special subject for study and for a paper which he presented to the group for discussion. Last year we discussed the general topic, the present condition of China, and the papers were published in the Crescent Moon magazine. Example, Mr. Quentin Pan's The Two Movements, Money and Men, and Mr. Lo Lungchi's Human Rights, both of which papers were revised after discussion. This year our general topic has been how we can solve the problems of China, and each of us has been responsible for one of the headings: politics, economics, education, etc. But when the division was made, someone proposed that before we discussed these matters we should consider whether we had any basic attitude which applied to all these subjects. What, after all, is the way in which we regard the problem of China? Several members approved of having this comprehensive introduction, and also pressed me to produce it. The following paper is the one discussed on the evening of April 12th. The interest it aroused stirs me to publish it, so that my fellow countrymen may discuss and criticize it. Later, other friends will deal with politics, economics, etc. But today, before we consider how to solve these numerous problems, we cannot but first inquire into the basic attitude we maintain towards them. Once we have a decision on that, the direction of the road we are to travel is fixed. An ancient writer, Huainan, has well said, "When a blind man walks along the road, if anyone directs him to go left, he goes left, if right, right. If he meets a high-minded man, he walks on the straightforward highway. If he meets a mad-minded man, he tramps in the ditches." This exactly applies to the present situation in China. Ordinarily, we are unwilling to think deeply either as to what, after all, is the kind of society and state we wish to have, or as to what is the road we must travel if we are to reach our objective. When the time comes for action, someone, anyone, bids us go left, and we then raise our flag and call left turn, and the same, if anyone bids us to go right. If our leaders were men who had viewed the world with wide open eyes, if they really were leading us with their eyes thus open, then we might perhaps follow their lead along the highway. But if by any chance our leaders are blind, and are themselves being led by the nose, then it is a case of a blind man riding a blind horse on a dark night, and both falling into a deep pond. That is, indeed, our danger. We are not willing to be led by the nose by a set of blind leaders. At this time we must open our eyes and look ahead to the different roads which branch before us, and see which road takes us to which place. See for ourselves which road we may, indeed must, travel. Of course we cannot guarantee that our observation and judgment will be free of error, but we have a deep belief that a conscious search for the road is far better than allowing ourselves to be led blindly. We also hope that by public discussion the search will result in enabling us to find a truer and rounder route. Before trying to find that route, we must first decide on what our destination is. For how can we find the road if we have not thought of where we want to go? At the present there are three theories as to the destination. It is not our business now to discuss these three objectives, for that kind of discussion serves no good purpose. It only excites bad feelings, besides being a pen and ink fight to which there can be no conclusive end. Our business is merely to use our best intelligence in making an objective study of the real needs of China today, and so be able to make up our minds as to our objective. The first thing to be asked is what it is we wish to abolish, a negative objective. And the second is what it is we wish to establish, a positive objective. Our reply to the first question is 5 great enemies, namely, poverty, disease, ignorance, corruption, disorder. In these 5 capitalism is not included, because we are not qualified to speak on capitalism. The capitalist class is not included, since at most we have only a few moderately rich men. Where then is there a capitalist class? Feudal prestige also is not included, since feudalism as an institution crashed down 2,000 years ago. Neither is imperialism included, since it is unable to injure the country into which the above 5 devils do not enter. Why does not imperialism injure America and Japan? Why has it such a partiality for our country? Is it not because we have suffered the degradation of these 5 evil spirits, and so have no strength of resistance? If we are to resist imperialism, we must first abolish these 5 enemies. There is no need for us to give a detailed proof of their existence. Mr. Yu Tiansu said on one occasion that 95% of the population of China was below the poverty line. Mr. Chang Chinchi has stated that the number of poverty-stricken people in the country runs to over a third of the population. Mr. Chang quotes from Mr. Li Qingmu of Sichuan, according to investigations made in Kongpiur Timire, together with the village of Chengfu near Peking and the village of Hupian in Anhui Province, the total of poverty-stricken people in China comes to 1/2 of the population. Mr. Li assumes that the lowest cost of living for one family in a year is $130 to $160, and that every family whose income is less than that is poverty-stricken. Recently, the results of social investigations, such as Mr. Li Qinghan's report of Peking village families, all go to prove that Mr. Li Qinghan's estimate is roughly correct. There are places where the total is over 73%, or as much as 82%, said the investigations of the International Famine Relief Committee in 1920. This is not very different from Mr. Yu's estimate. This then is our first great enemy. Disease is a great source of weakness. The slaughter from plague, phthisis, and syphilis is visible to all of us. There are, however, other diseases which do not so plainly kill men, but whose strength is enough to wipe out whole villages and weaken a whole race. Example, that dangerous and worldwide disease, ague. Recently, scientists have stated that the decline of Greece and Rome was due to ague. We do not necessarily believe this, but with our own eyes, we have seen one village in the interior of China slowly becoming a waste place through this disease. After 1 or 2 generations, the families which suffer in this way are extinguished. We have seen places where it is regarded as an unavoidable concomitant of living. Example, the people in Huichao, Anhui, speak of it as womb fever, something which everybody must suffer once. There can be no doubt it is more to be feared than phthisis or syphilis or opium smoking. In other countries it can be fatal, so everyone knows it is to be feared. But in China we have suffered so long from its ravages that we have developed a certain power of resistance, enough to keep us alive, so that we are not conscious of its gravity. The truth is that since it kills without a display of blood, and thus insidiously destroys a race, it is all the more to be feared. We have no census, but world experts in recent years have stated that the Chinese race is decreasing, not increasing. And we to a certain extent have examined into the way in which the population in the interior is decreasing, and we have to confess that the statement is true. Mr. Chang in his Diseases in Society quotes some of the most recent totals. There is no place where the total of deaths does not outnumber that of births. In Canton City from August to November in 1926, the average excess of deaths over births in a week was 67. In Nanking from January to November, the average excess for a month was 271, for each week 62. Not only in the big cities, but also in the country, the rate of decrease is alarmingly quick. I have myself in 30 years seen many families in my home village go right out of existence. Sickness and plague are spreading wildly, whilst no great attention is paid to remedial medicine or public health. No wonder that the deaths exceed the births. This then is our second great enemy. The existence of ignorance requires even less proof. We claim to have 5,000 years of civilization behind us, and yet we have not a single university which is more than 30 years old. Last year Peking University completed its 31st year while St. John's completed its 50th, but this includes the preparatory years. Where in the world is there a country which without a university can take part in the struggle for existence? As for a country which daily spends $1 million on armies, and has no money for universal education, that country is simply committing suicide. Because of our ignorance, our productive power is at the lowest point, our power to govern feeble, our intelligence insufficient to save us from poverty, famine, disease. We have a lack of specialists, and up to the present the central government has been without intelligent, educated soldiers and statesmen. This is our third enemy. Corruption is the chief characteristic of our nation. Not only is there open and organized sale of offices in the state, not only has there been for 25 years no system of examination for government posts, with a corresponding increase in corruption, but this evil has indeed given birth to a universal habit in every branch of society. It is exactly what Professor Huntington of Yale says. In Chinese life, there is one particularly hateful thing, and that is the practice of bribery, what in polite language is called dipping one's finger, in the common tongue rubbing oil. Military officials take a percentage of their soldiers' rations. Local officials scrape the skin off their community, whilst in business generally compradors and the like add on their percentage. Right down the social scale to the old woman at service in a family with her squeeze, there is no distinction to be made. This then is our fourth great enemy. Disorder also is a great enemy. The Taiping Rebellion ruined some of the finest localities in the south, so that 60 to 70 years later they had not completely recovered. During the last 20 years incessant civil war has very nearly brought the whole of the northwest to ruin, whilst the provinces in the southeast and southwest are only a little better off. It is a world of brigandage. The American biologist David Starr Jordan has said, the way in which Japan has been able to make radical changes and grow powerful is due entirely to the unbroken peace she enjoyed for 250 years before the changes were made. The nation's vital energy had been stored up before it could burst out into action. Our 20 years of civil war have produced entirely visible consequences, viz., a large increase in poverty, disease, and death. Education, too, is bankrupt, with no end to the refugees from soldiers and bandits and famine and death. How can education be carried on? There are provinces where the taxes have been paid up to the extent of over 80 years in advance. Corruption, too, has become more and more barefaced. The semi-official weekly, China Critic, in its leader of January 30th this year, stated that since the establishment of the republic, corruption in official circles was much worse than before. In addition to this, there are any number of people who are doing their level best day by day to manufacture disorder. This then is our fifth great enemy. Here we have the five outstanding enemies, who confessedly must be struck down. Wipe these five devils out of existence, and then at the same time solidly found the new state. What then is it that we want to found? We want to found an orderly, widely flourishing, civilized state, one unified by modern methods. Orderly covers government by good laws, continuous peace, the minimum of health administration. Widely flourishing covers settled living conditions, the development of industry and commerce, cheap comfortable means of communication, a fair economic system, and a public charity service. Civilized covers universal, free education, liberal secondary education, university education of a high standard, together with every form of cultural uplift on a wide scale. Modern covers the fulfillment of every need in our modern environment in the way of a political system, a system of justice, economics, education, public health administration, learning, cultural equipment, and the like. This is our objective. It is our firm belief that there is no country in which these four features exist that cannot enjoy a position of independence, freedom, and equality. Can we not see Germany, broken up and disarmed after the Great War, yet 8 years later being respectfully welcomed by all the nations into the League, and what is more, having the honor of appointing a permanent official? With our objective fixed, we are in a position to ask what method we must employ, by which road to travel in order that we may reach our goal. We must at the outset decide on one of two alternatives. Is our road the revolutionary or evolutionary one? Is there a third road in addition? This is the problem of our basic attitude and method. Revolution and evolution are at bottom complementary, relative, not mutually exclusive. In accordance with the process of natural change, example, the stem coming away of itself when the melon is ripe, or the birth of a child after so many months of gestation, this is evolution. At any one stage in evolution, if you had skilled assistance, you can speed up the transformation. Since the transformation comes so quickly, it may appear as if the gradualness of history had been cut short, and so we have the term revolution. As a matter of fact, all revolutions have a background of historical evolution, all have their roots in the past. Take for instance the Reformation in Europe. There had actually been any number of movements heralding the approach of radical religious changes. There was the intellectual movement to be seen in nominalism, from the XIth century on, the cultural revival of the Renaissance, the peaceful but radical nature of the Franciscan movement, the more impetuous radicalism of Wycliffe and Huss and their like, the extension of the sovereign's power in the various states, all these forming the historical background of the Reformation in the XVth century. The gunpowder had been buried, Luther and his companions touched off the trail, and there was the explosion. Their accomplishment may be described as a revolution, but also as one stage in a historical evolution. The Industrial Revolution yet more clearly reveals traces of history's gradual evolution, and not the suddenness of revolution. The basic principles of machinery were gradually discovered in the XVth century. That century saw the issue of books devoted entirely to this subject, whilst the next century was the age of the great development in physical science. Thus, the birth of machinery in the second half of the XVIth century was the fruit of several hundred years' slow accumulation of knowledge and experience. Nonetheless, after the appearance of what steam engine, the machines used different sort of power, and to all appearances changes took place with such rapidity that the period is known as the age of the Industrial Revolution. Really, the way in which this radical change was produced can be regarded from one angle as going back to the XETH and XV centuries, from another angle as an uninterrupted evolution which even to this day is still in process. What is called revolution in politics is always the fruit of uninterrupted historical evolution. The independence of the United States, the Great Revolution in France, the two revolutions in Russia during 1917, all have a very far-reaching historical background. In the Revolutionary Museum at Moscow, the history of the revolution is traced back to the peasant riots of 300 to 400 years ago, this showing the principle at work. The same applies to China and the recent revolution. At the least, one has to go back to the end of the Ming Dynasty, the beginning of the XVIth century. The distinction, therefore, between revolution and evolution is only a quantitative one, and the two things are not absolutely different. Where a change takes place rapidly, we call it a revolution. Where it takes place slowly, and there is the imperceptible progression of history, then we call it an evolution. On the other hand, regarded as a method, revolution constantly involves an element of conscious exertion, whilst historical evolution for the most part is natural, change taking place without our being aware of it. For in addition to their difference in method, there are also two differences in result. The first is that unintentional natural evolution is exceedingly slow and uneconomical, whilst the conscious application of a helping hand generally cuts short the revolutionary period. The second is that natural evolution generally results in the retention of a number of old institutions and forces in society which have long lost their function, whilst conscious revolution is generally able to destroy anything that has decayed. From these 2 points of view, conscious revolution is preferable to unconscious evolution. Further, as to the question of method, since revolution is fundamentally the use of man's work to help on a change, we get the distinction between peaceful and violent propaganda work and the stirring up of interest, organization and agitation through which the purpose of the few gradually becomes the purpose of the many, by the struggle at the polls, and by legislation, so that the new will take the place of the old institution. All this represents the peaceful kind of work. But in a country not yet out of its political backwater, in which the old forces recklessly oppress and destroy the new, and an opposition has no protection from the law, then a liberal movement is generally unable to use the peaceful method and conduct a public agitation. It has for the most part no option but to reach such a conclusion by violence, and once the spirit of violent contest has been aroused, the power of the whole nation is insufficient to control the resulting disorder. Confusion breeds confusion. It can start but cannot stop. It can destroy but not build up. It can make anarchy but not peace, as in Mexico and in China today, both countries being striking examples of this fact. Violence is only one method of revolution, but in our strife-ridden China, it has become the sole method. Thus, for you to fight me is called revolution. For me to fight you is also called revolution. The defeated party only plots violent measures with which to raise another revolution. The victors can only keep on taking violent measures to block the others. This side has no sooner finished the fighting than it enlists soldiers, manufactures munitions, accumulates money in preparation for that side's coming back to fight. This is the way they maintain their position. Being most afraid of the creation of new revolution, they call themselves revolutionaries, and their opponents anti-revolutionaries. But if we are to follow Confucius' method of using correct terms, we cannot, in the last resort, bid men not to make revolution. To be all the time relying on violence to check revolution cannot in the end abolish revolution. That involves everyone retaining his revolutionary mind, and revolution to the end of time fails to achieve success, whilst every reform, both of a positive and negative kind, is laid aside and cannot be put into effect. In this way, revolution entirely loses its original meaning of using man's work to help on radical changes. We avow that what is called revolution today is just what is referred to in those words. How many crimes are committed in thy name? To place violence in the place of violence, to beat one army with another, to replace one kind of bloodshed with another, this cannot be regarded as a true revolution, and at any rate has very little value. Its outcome is merely soldiers changing into brigands, brigands changing into soldiers, creating a world of soldier brigands. What is the advantage of that to the state and the nation? Then as to those who are styled devoted revolutionaries, they are merely judging according to a few abstract terms, and making much noise one way or another. There is one set of them which tells us day by day that the opposite of China's revolution is feudal power. I am afraid we are very stupid fellows living out of touch with the world, for I simply do not know what feudal classes and powers there are in China today. We study the books and speeches of these down with feudalism gentlemen, and can get no light on their meaning. In the February 22nd issue of the Educational Review last year, we find the following written by an advocate of revolution in education. Before the time of Qin, 240 BC, was a period of complete feudal age. From Huang Ti on through Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang down to Wu Wang of the Chao dynasty was the period in which feudalism came to completion. From the time Ping Wang, Chao, moved his capital eastward, on through the spring and autumn, and the age of the civil wars down to Qin Shi Huang, was the period in which feudalism broke down. Centralized China had a complete new birth arising out of the decay of the feudal system. Note, the outward form of feudalism was destroyed long ago, but its feudal prestige continues to exist to this day. 2 months later, however, this same educationalist has entirely forgotten his own words, and in the April 20th issue of this same periodical, he says the following. Before the time of Qin was the immature period of a centralized monarchy, a feudal state with one overlord. In Qin Shi Huang's time, this form of government was first firmly established. Note, at this time great changes inevitably took place in the system of feudal lords and their fiefs, though the state can just the same be described as feudal, since the word feudal not only denotes the system of fiefs and their holders. A country may be divided by the central government into a number of areas, in which areas several kinds of systems may work with the appointment of local officials. These officials from one point of view assume responsibility for order in the place. From another they absorb a part of the wealth produced there, in order to keep the central government going. That was the condition of the common people. There is nothing more to be said. All this kind of management represents one part of the spirit of feudalism. 2 months before, the feudal system broke down in Qin Shi Huang's time. 2 months later it was also firmly established in his time. But the editor of the Educational Review and the readers see not the least inconsistency in this. The same applies to the writer. He calls the system of centralized authority a feudal state, and neither the editor nor the readers are conscious of there being anything extraordinary or misleading. How is this? Because these terms have become nothing but toys in people's mouths. If you want to play in this way, they mean this. If you want it that way, they mean that. There is no need whatever to fix a true meaning. So out comes a rush of irresponsible words from the author, and the reader of course passes them on. What then? This opposite to revolution, feudal prestige. What after all is it? Last year in the Ta Kung Pao, a speech by a Nationalist Party official at Tientsin was reported. He stated that feudalism consisted of the generals, the government officials, the returned students. Again last year, a certain provincial nationalist party proposed a plan for abolishing feudalism, and the feudalism they had in mind covered everything in the nature of illicit control and monopoly, even usurpation of authority, so that the ancestral temples, the provincial guilds, the alumni associations were all of them feudalism. The political party, however, which most of all controls and monopolizes and usurps, this was not included. So to this day we have no notion what feudalism is. A few days ago, we saw a proclamation by 81 members of the China Communist Party, Mr. Wang Aisung, Mr. Chen Tu-su and their comrades, the people who are dubbed anti-revolutionaries. The title is Our Political View, and in it we get the following. As we regard it, China is still a feudalistic society and government, and by this term we denote reactionary capitalism and every form of reactionary activity. This statement is not merely a wild attack on capitalism. Frankly, it is acting as a counsel for the defense on behalf of capitalism. As a matter of fact, the breakup of the system of feudalism, the handing over of the land to free landowners and free farmers, and of political authority to the state, all took place much earlier in China than in any country in Europe. It was a very long time back when the land became private property and not a fief and tenure, and now, the landowner having changed into the capitalist, in town and country the feudalistic oppression which continues is capitalism borrowing the old oppressive methods. So all the backward features in town and country, such as the retarding of production and the excess of farming population, are features common to all capitalistic backward countries, and not the product of feudalism. Pages 16 ff. If Mr. Feudalism had consciousness, he ought to bow down in gratitude to Mr. Chen and his 81 friends, who have now issued their periodical verdict. But these people with one hand clear Mr. Feudalism of all guilt, and with the other hand push forward a poor devil, Mr. Capitalist class, to be executed in his place, and lay it down that he is the opposite of revolution. At the same time, they also inform us about the retarding of production, features common to backward capitalist countries, when all the time the money in the banks amounts to but little more than $150 million. In a country with a population of 400 millions, there is only 150 millions of capital in the banks. It needs a microscope to find this capitalist class, so much so that might one not have pity on the unhappy condition of this opposite of revolution, give him a verdict of not guilty, and let him go. The above is merely to indicate that what is today called principled revolution is for the most part a setting up of ninepins, and then crying aloud that they must be knocked down. These opposites to revolution are mere echoes of their makers' minds, and have no relation to the facts. Like the Taoist magician arresting a demon, He first manufactures a whole set of astonishing names, Fox Devil, Mountain Sprite, and the like, then draws the charm, reads over the curse, and with his magic sword arrests the demon. Is it any wonder the demon gets bottled up in the gourd? But the sick man remains just the same on his bed, groaning and suffering. We are dissatisfied with men as they are now. We are opposed to Thelus's fair state of mind, but we are examining with the utmost care into China's real needs and her real position in the world. We cannot, therefore, but be opposed to those methods which today are called revolutionary. We most earnestly publish our opinion. China's need today is not the tyranny which manufactures revolution out of revolution, the oppression which overturns revolutionary oppression, nor is it the setting up of any imaginary opposites to revolution, and so exciting a revolution against a revolution. At this point we are willing to be dubbed anti-revolutionaries, and we do not support these kinds of revolution. Such could only waste our vital strength and encourage the evil spirit of recklessness and cruelty, bringing anarchy into the state and nation, bearing an evil crop of mutual injury and slaughter, and all the time leaving our real enemies where they were, in fact more devastating in their effect, whilst the further we travel the further we are from building up the country we have to build. Our real enemies are poverty, disease, ignorance, corruption, anarchy. These 5 devils are the real opposites to revolution, and every one of them cannot be destroyed by any violent revolution. There is only one revolutionary road by which we can destroy them, and that is by clearly recognizing our enemies, clearly recognizing our problems, gathering together all the ability and wisdom in the nation, making full use of the world's science and knowledge and the concomitant methods, and proceeding step by step to carry out a conscious revolution, so achieving the success of a ceaseless revolution which moves on under the detailed direction of conscious will. When we have achieved that, then our objective is reached. This fundamental attitude and method is no drifting along by natural evolution, nor is it a blind revolution by violence, nor a blind revolution of slogans. It is an unceasing revolution effected by the conscious application of our energy. This method is beset with difficulty, but we will not allow that there is any simpler or easier method. It is a slow process, but we know of no quicker one. The slogan way is no quicker. Certainly firing off machine guns against each other is no quicker, nor any form of mutual slaughter. But we also know that the direction of a revolution by conscious energy does hasten change and may be expected to achieve quicker results, so that the radical changes which by the slow process of evolution would require hundreds of years can completely emerge in a few tens of years. This then is a matter of prime importance, that we should substitute conscious revolution for blind revolution. Why do we call it blind? It does not recognize its objective, because it is regardless of evil consequences from the means it uses, because it does not put first things first and second things second. For these reasons it is blind. Let me give some casual illustrations. In the organization of working men, there is no planning for their advantage, but only the use of them to bring about anarchy. That is blind revolution. In the improving of the lot of rickshaw coolies, obviously the rickshaw manufacturers and proprietors should be dealt with, and the daily rental of a rickshaw be reduced by 20 or 30 cents, so that the coolie can make 20 or 30 cents a day more. But the labor agitators organize rickshaw coolie unions and incite them to smash automobiles, as in the horrible incident at Hangzhou last year. This is blind revolution. Take also the so-called revolutionary government. It has been founded for 2 to 3 years, and it is unwilling to establish a system of inspection, of examination for the public services, of audit public accounts, and at the same time wants with the help of the Nationalist Party to stop the people from using the old calendar. This is blind revolution. As for this setting up of a confused notion of feudalism as an opposite to revolution, or putting all the blame for our troubles, blame which we cannot avoid, onto the shoulders of foreign devils, this too is blind revolution. What then do we mean by conscious revolution? The recognition of our problems and the concomitant difficulties, having actual proof for every statement we make, making proposals, and being perfectly sure what the outcome of those proposals must be, and what our individual responsibilities are with regard to them. This is conscious revolution. On behalf of society and the country to think of the way out, this is a high and sacred duty. It is no matter of mere individual inclination or private dissatisfaction. It is a case of a word may make a nation, and a word may bury it. Can we not in all seriousness set our minds to work? If we are to develop the sense of full responsibility, then we must make every effort to root out our private prejudices and ideas, to pay strict respect to facts, and to be entirely ready to appropriate all material required for reference, comparison, and suggestion, to warn ourselves without ceasing that our duty is to seek out the most practicable and most glorious plans for society and the state. This is to make a conscious revolution. Essay in Living Philosophies. Living Philosophies. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1931. Pages 235 to 263. My father, Hu Chuan, was a scholar, and a man of strong will and administrative ability. After a period of classical training in literature and history, he took great interest in the study of geography, especially in the geography of the frontier provinces. He went to Peking and, with a letter of introduction in his pocket, traveled 42 days to Kirin in northern Manchuria to see the imperial commissioner, Wu Tachan, who is now known to European sinologues as one of the greatest archaeologists in China. Wu received him and asked what he could do for him. "Nothing," said my father, "except let me follow your mission to settle the boundary dispute with Russia, so that I may study the geography of the northeastern provinces." Wu was interested in this scholar, who had taken only his first degree in the literary examinations, and was almost penniless after the long journey outside the Great Wall. He took the young man with him on his historic mission, and found him a most valuable and hard-working assistant. One time my father's party lost its way in an immense forest, and could not get out for 3 days. Provisions were exhausted, and all reconnoitering had failed when he suggested that a search be made for running streams, which would in all probability flow out of the forest. A stream was found, and the party followed its course to safety. My father composed a long poem to celebrate this occasion. When 40 years later I used this incident as an illustration in a paper on Professor John Dewey's theory of systematic thinking, several surviving acquaintances of my father still recognized this story, though I had not mentioned his name, and wrote to inquire if I was a younger son of their long-departed friend. Although Wu Tachan had once recommended him to the government as a man capable of governing provinces, my father never achieved political prominence and, after becoming an official in Jiangsu and Formosa, died at the age of 55 when Formosa was ceded to Japan as a result of the Sino-Japanese War. I was the youngest son of my father, and the only child of my mother. He married 3 times. The first wife was killed in the Taiping Rebellion, which swept over my home district in southern Anhui and reduced it to ashes. By a second marriage, he had 3 sons and 4 daughters. The eldest son proved to be an incorrigible degenerate at an early age. When my father lost his second wife, he wrote home that he had decided to marry a girl of the good, sturdy stock of the farmer class. My mother's father was a farmer, who also practiced tailoring during the off months of the year. He came from a respectable family, which was massacred during the Taiping Rebellion. Being only a small boy, he was made a captive and carried away to serve in the army of the Taipings. To prevent him from running away, for characters, Taiping Tianque, Heavenly Kingdom of Everlasting Peace, were branded on his face and remained throughout his life. But he managed to escape and, after terrible hardship, returned to his home only to find it in complete ruins without a single member of his family left alive. He worked hard, cultivating his land and practicing tailoring, which he had learned in the bandit camp. He grew up, married, and had 4 children, of whom my mother was the eldest. My grandfather's life ambition was to rebuild the family dwelling destroyed by the Taipings. Every morning before sunrise, he would go to the riverside, select 3 heavy loads of stone, and in 3 trips carry them on his shoulder pole to the site of his ruined house. Then he would start out for his regular work in the field or in tailoring. When he returned home late in the afternoon, he would make 3 more trips and carry 3 more loads of stone for his future house before he sat down to supper. All this hard and persevering work was silently witnessed by my mother, who secretly regretted that, being a girl, she was unable in any way to lighten her father's hardship and accelerate the realization of his dream. Then came the matchmaker who met my grandfather in the field and pleaded eloquently on behalf of my father for the birth-date paper of his eldest daughter. My grandfather consented to talk it over with his family. But when he told the proposal to his wife in the evening, she was very furious. "Never," she said. "How can you think of giving our daughter to a man 30 years older than she? And some of his children are older than our daughter. Moreover, people will naturally think that we, in giving our girl to an elderly official, are sacrificing her for the sake of money and respectability." So the old couple quarreled. In the end, the father said, "Let us consult the girl herself. After all, it's her own affair." When the question was placed before my mother, she remained silent, as was usual with Chinese girls in a similar situation. But she was thinking grave thoughts. To marry a middle-aged widower with grown-up children meant that the contract money to be paid to the bride's family would be much more than in an ordinary marriage. That would be a great help to her father's building projects. And she had seen my father before, and knew that he was revered by everybody in the district. She adored him, and was willing to marry him, partly because of a sense of hero worship, but chiefly because of her filial anxiety to help her toiling father. So when she was pressed by her parents for an answer, she said resolutely, "If you think he is a good man, I'll obey." After all, a man of 47 is not very old. My grandfather sighed with relief when he heard it, and my grandmother burst out in great fury. "So you want to be a Tai-Tai lady of a mandarin? So let it be." My mother was married in 1889 at the age of 17, and I was born in December 1891. My father died in 1895, leaving my mother a widow at 23. By his death, she became head of a large family with many grown-up stepchildren. The position of a Chinese stepmother is proverbially difficult, and her life from this time on was a long period of patient suffering and painstaking compromise. My mother's greatest gift was forbearance. Chinese history records that when an emperor of the Tang dynasty asked the patriarch Chang Kunai by what principle his family had managed to live together for 9 generations without separation or division, the grand old man, too feeble to speak, requested leave to write out his answer, and he wrote 100 times the word forbearance. The Chinese moralists constantly cite this story of the 100 forbearances as the best example of family life, but none of them seems ever to realize the terrible amount of suffering, friction, suppression, and injustice which have made forbearance an absolute necessity. Ill-feeling, dagger-like words, hostile looks on the part of the stepdaughters-in-law. My mother bore all this patiently. Sometimes she found herself reaching her limit of forbearance. Then she would stay in bed in the morning and gently weep aloud, mourning the early loss of her husband. She never mentioned the offending daughter-in-law nor the offense. But each time these tears had an almost miraculous effect. I would invariably hear a door open in the room of one of the sisters-in-law, and the footsteps of a woman walking in the direction of the kitchen. Presently she would return and knock at the door of our room. She would enter with a cup of tea and offer it to my mother, imploring her to cease weeping. My mother would take the cup and accept her silent apologies. Then there would be peace in the family for about a month. Although she could neither read nor write, my mother staked all her hope on my education. I was a precocious child, and before I was 3 had learned over 800 characters, which my father taught me every day on square slips of pink paper. A little after 3, I was already in school. I was then a sickly child, and could hardly climb a doorstep of 6 inches without assistance. But I could read and memorize better than all the other boys in the school. I never played with the children of the village, and, because of my complete lack of child play, I was given the nickname of Shuren Sung, the master, when I was 5. 15 years later, at Cornell University, I was nicknamed Doc when I was a sophomore, and for this same weakness. My mother would wake me up every day before daybreak and make me sit up in bed. She would then tell me all she knew about my father. She would say that she expected me to follow the footsteps of him, who was to her the best and greatest man that ever lived, a man who, she said, was so much respected that all opium dens and gambling houses in the vicinity suspended business during his occasional sojourns at home. She told me that I could glorify him and her only by my good conduct and by achievements in scholarship and in the government examinations, that whatever she was suffering would be rewarded by my diligent application to my studies. I would often listen with half-open eyes, but she rarely gave up this morning sermon except when some lady guest was staying with us in the same room. When daylight came, she would dress me and send me to school. When I grew a little older, I was always the first to arrive at school, and almost every morning knocked at my teacher's door for the key to open the school gate. The key was handed out through the small crevice between the 2 doors, and I was soon in my seat reading aloud my assignments. The school was not dismissed till dusk, when each boy bowed to the big picture of Confucius in crimson rubbing, and to the teacher and went home. The average length of the school day was 12 hours. While allowing me no child play of any kind, my mother gave me every encouragement in my childish attempt to build a temple of worship to the great sage, Confucius. I learned this from the son of my eldest half-sister, a boy 5 years my senior. He had built a paper temple of Confucius with all kinds of gorgeous color papers, and it attracted me. I used a big paper box as the main hall of worship and cut a big square hole on its back, to which I pasted a smaller paper box as the inner shrine for the tablet of Confucius. The outer hall where I placed the great Confucian disciples was decorated with miniature scrolls on which were written eulogies of the great sage, which I partly copied from my nephew's temple and partly from books. Incense sticks were frequently burned before this toy temple, and my mother rejoiced in my childish piety, secretly believing that the spirit of Confucius would surely reward me by making me a renowned scholar and successful candidate in the literary examinations. My father was a classical scholar and a stern follower of the Neo-Confucianist rational philosophy of Chu Shi, 1130 to 1200 AD. He was strongly opposed to Buddhism and Taoism. I remember seeing on the door of my uncle's house, which was my first school, a sun-bleached sign bearing the words "No alms for Buddhist monks or Taoist priests," which, I learned afterward, was part of the rationalist tradition left by my father. But my father was dead. My scholarly uncle soon left home to become a petty official in northern Anhui, and my elder brothers were in Shanghai. The women left at home were under no obligation to respect this rationalistic tradition of my father. They observed the usual rites of ancestor worship, and were free to worship wherever custom and occasion led them. Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, was their favorite deity, and my mother, chiefly out of her anxiety for my health and well-being, was a devout believer of Kuan Yin. I remember going with her on a pilgrimage to a temple of this goddess on a mountain, and she, in spite of the bound feet which pained her throughout her life, walked the whole distance of hilly trail to and from the shrine. I was in the village school, of which there were 7 in our village, for 9 years, 1895 to 1904, during which time I read and memorized the following books. 1. The Book of Filial Piety, a post-Confucian classic of unknown authorship. 2. The Elementary Lessons, or the Small Learning, a book of Neo-Confucianist moral teaching commonly attributed to the Sung philosopher Chu Shi. 3. The 4 Books, the Analects of Confucius, the Book of Mencius, the Great Learning, and the Doctrine of the Mean. 4. 4 of the 5 Classics, the Book of Poetry, the Book of History, the Book of Change, and the Li Qi. My mother, who was always economical in her household expenses, insisted on paying my teacher at least thrice better than the usual tuition fee, which was $2 silver a year. She paid $6 from the beginning and increased it gradually to 12. From this insignificant increase in the fee, I derived benefits 1,000 times greater than the numerical ratios stated above can possibly indicate. For the $2 pupil merely read aloud and recited by heart, and the teacher never took the trouble to explain to him the meaning of the words memorized. I alone, because of the additional pay, enjoyed the rare privilege of having every word and sentence in the readings explained to me, that is, translated from the dead language into the colloquial dialect. Before I was 8 years old, I could read with very little assistance. At the suggestion of my second brother, my teacher made me read the General Mirror for Government, which was in reality a general history of China in chronological form compiled by the great historian Sima Kuang in the year 1084 AD. This historical reading interested me greatly, and I soon began, as an aid to memory, to compile a rhymed summary of the dynasties, emperors, and chronological eras. Then one day, in a wastepaper box in my uncle's house, I chanced upon a torn volume of a part of the great novel Shui Hu, The 108 Heroes of Liangshan, and read it through while standing by the box. I ran about the village, and soon found a complete set of the novel. From that time on I devoured every novel known in our community, and in the nearby villages. They were written in the Peihua, or spoken language, and were easily intelligible and absorbingly entertaining. They taught me life, for good and for evil, and gave me a literary medium which years later enabled me to start what has been called the literary renaissance in China. In the meantime, my religious life underwent a curious crisis. I was brought up in an idolatrous environment, and accustomed to the ugly and fierce faces of the gods, and to the folk versions of heaven and hell. When I was 11, I was one day rereading aloud the elementary lessons of Chu Shi, which I had memorized without much understanding. I came upon a passage where the rationalist philosopher quoted the historian Sima Kuang in an attack on the popular belief in heaven and hell. The quotation reads, "When the body is decayed, the spirit fades away. Even if there be such cruel tortures in hell as chiseling, burning, pounding, and grinding, whereon are these to be inflicted?" This sounded like good reasoning, and I began to doubt the idea of judgment after death. Shortly afterward, I was reading Sima Kuang's General History and came upon a passage in its 136th chapter, which made me an atheist. The passage in question tells of a philosopher of the 5th century AD named Fan Chen who championed the theory of the destructibility of the spirit, or soul, against the whole imperial court, which was then patronizing Mahayana Buddhism. Fan Chen's view was summed up by Sima Kuang in these words: "The body is the material basis of the spirit, and the spirit is only the functioning of the body. The spirit is to the body what sharpness is to a sharp knife. We have never known the existence of sharpness after the destruction of the knife. How can we admit the survival of the spirit when the body is gone?" This was more thorough reasoning than Sima Kuang's view that the spirit fades away when the body is decayed, a theory which still admits the spirit as something. Fan Chen fundamentally denies the spirit as an entity. It is only a functioning of the body. This simplification pleased my boyish mind, and it gladdened my heart to read that although the whole court and country were against him, no one succeeded in refuting him. In the same passage, Fan Chen was quoted as being opposed to the Buddhist doctrine of karma, or the causal chain throughout the various existences. He was talking to the Prince of Qingling, who said to him, "If you do not believe in karma, how can you explain the different states of wealth and poverty, of honor and lowliness?" Fan Chen replied, "Human life may be likened to the flowers on yonder tree. The wind blows down the flowers, of which some are caught by the screens and scattered on the beautifully decorated mats and cushions, while others are blown over the fence and dropped on the dung heap. Your lordship is one of those flowers on the cushions, and I, your humble servant, chance to be on the dunghill. There is the difference in position, but where is the causal chain?" The doctrine of karma is one of the few most influential ideas from India that have become an integral part of Chinese thought and life. The ancient Chinese moralists had taught that goodness was always rewarded and evil punished. But in real life, this is not always true. The Buddhist doctrine of karma has the advantage over the Chinese idea of retribution in that it can always evade the issue by referring to the absolute continuity of the causal chain throughout past and future existences. But Fan Chen's figure of speech appealed to my youthful fancy, and shook me out of the nightmare absolutism of karma. It was chance versus determinism. And, as a boy of 11, I took the chances and revolted against fate. There was no sophisticated reasoning on my part in those days of my boyhood. It was mere temperamental attraction and repulsion. I was my father's son, and Sima Qiang and Fan Chen attracted me. That was all. But this mental crisis was not without its comic consequences in my early life. During the New Year festival of 1903, I paid a visit to my eldest sister, who lived 20 li away. After spending a few days at her home, I returned with her son, who was coming to pay his New Year visit to my mother. A servant of his was carrying the New Year presents for him. On our way home, we passed a shrine with ugly and fierce-looking gods. I stopped and said to my nephew, "Nobody is watching. Let's throw these images into the mud pool." My childish iconoclasm greatly horrified my companions, who persuaded me to move on without troubling the already tottering deities. It was the day of the Lantern Festival, the 15th of the first month. When we arrived, there were many visitors at my house. I was hungry and, when supper was served, my nephew made me drink a cup of strong rice wine which played havoc with my empty stomach. I was soon running about the courtyard and shouting to the moon to come down to see the Lantern Festival. My mother was displeased and sent men to fetch me. I ran before them, and the effect of wine worked more rapidly with my running. I was finally caught, but I struggled to get away. My mother held me tight on her lap, and many people soon gathered around us. In my fright, I began to talk nonsense. Then my nephew's servant stepped forward and whispered to my mother, "Madam, I believe that the little uncle is beside himself. Very likely some god or spirit is troubling him." This afternoon, when we passed the Shrine of Three Gates, he proposed to throw the gods into the muddy pool. That must have caused the trouble. I overheard the whisper, and a bright idea came to me. I shouted all the more wildly, as if I were actually one of the gods of the Shrine of Three Gates. My mother then ordered incense to be burned in the open, and, pleading my youthful ignorance and irresponsibility, made a vow to offer sacrifices at the shrine should my innocent offense be forgiven by the gods. At that moment report came that the lantern procession was approaching, and the people in our house rushed out to see it. My mother and I were left alone. I soon fell asleep. The vow had apparently worked. 1 month later, when my mother and I visited my grandparents, she made me offer, in all solemnity, our promised sacrifices at the Shrine of Three Gates. Early in my 13th year, 1904, I left home on a 7-day journey to seek a new education in Shanghai. After that separation, I visited my mother only 3 times, and stayed with her altogether about 7 months and 14 years. Out of her great love for me, she sent me away without apparently shedding a tear, and allowed me to seek my own education and development in the great world all alone, armed only with a mother's love, a habit of study, and a little tendency to doubt. I spent 6 years in Shanghai, 1904 to 1910, and 7 years in America, 1910 to 1917. During my stay in Shanghai, I went through 3 schools, none of which was a missionary school, without graduating from any. I studied the rudiments of what was then known as the New Education, consisting chiefly of history, geography, English, mathematics, and some gleanings of natural science. Through the free translations by the late Mr. Lin Shu and others, I made my first acquaintance with a number of English and European novels, including those of Scott, Dickens, Dumas Bienfels, Hugo, and Tolstoy. I read the works of a few of the non-Confucian and Neo-Confucian philosophers of ancient and medieval China, and was delighted in the altruism of Mot and the naturalistic philosophy of Lao Tzu and Chuang-Tzu. Through the popular writings of the late Mr. Liang Qichao, the most powerful writer of the age, I came to know a little of such Western thinkers as Hobbes, Descartes, Rousseau, Bentham, Kant, and Darwin. Mr. Liang was a great admirer of modern Western civilization and published a series of essays in which he frankly admitted that the Chinese as a race had suffered from the deplorable lack of many fine traits possessed by the European people, notably emphasis on public morality, nationalism, love of adventure, the conception of personal rights, and the eagerness to defend them against encroachment, love of freedom, ability for self-control, belief in the infinite possibility of progress, capacity for corporate and organized effort, and attention to bodily culture and health. It was these essays which first violently shocked me out of the comfortable dream that our ancient civilization was self-sufficient and had nothing to learn from the militant and materialistic West except in the weapons of war and vehicles of commerce. They opened to me, as to hundreds of others, an entirely new vision of the world. I also read Mr. Yin Fu's translation of John Stuart Mill's On Liberty and Huxley's Evolution and Ethics. Mr. Yin's translation of Huxley's essay had been published in 1898 and had been immediately accepted by the Chinese intelligentsia with acclamation. Rich men gave money to have new editions made for wider distribution, there being no copyright law then, because it was thought that the Darwinian hypothesis, especially in its social and political application, was a welcome stimulus to a nation suffering from age-long inertia and stagnation. In the course of a few years, many of the evolutionary terms and phrases became proverbial expressions in the journalistic writings of the time. Numerous persons adopted them in naming themselves and their children, thereby reminding themselves of the perils of elimination in the struggle for existence, national as well as individual. The once famous General Chen Qiangming called himself Qingsun, or struggling for existence. Two of my schoolmates bore the names Natural Selection Yang and Struggle for Existence Sun. Even my own name bears witness to the great vogue of evolutionism in China. I remember distinctly the morning when I asked my second brother to suggest a literary name for me. After only a moment's reflection, he said, "How about the Wuxi fitness in the phrase survival of the fittest?" I agreed and, first using it as annum de plume, finally adopted it in 1910 as my name. My slight knowledge of the evolutionary hypothesis of Darwin and Spencer was easily linked up with the naturalism of some of the ancient Chinese thinkers. For example, it delighted my boyish heart to find an equally youthful co-believer of over 2,000 years ago in the following story told in the Lizu, a spurious work of the Taoist school. The house of Tian held a great post-sacrificial feast at which over 1,000 guests were present. When fish and wild duck were offered, the host said with a sigh, "Great is nature's kindness to man. She has produced grain and fish and birds for the use of man." The speech was applauded by all the guests present. Thereupon, the son of the house of Pao, who was only 12 years old, stepped forward and said, "It is not so, my lord. All the beings in the universe coexist with men on a basis of equality. There is no natural order of superiority and inferiority. They conquer and prey on one another only by virtue of their superior strength and intelligence. No species is purposely produced for the sake of another. Men, too, prey on those things which they are able to conquer. How can we say that nature has produced them for our benefit? Do not mosquitoes suck our blood and tigers, and wolves eat our flesh? Shall we say that nature has produced men for the benefit of mosquitoes and tigers and wolves? In 1906, a few of my schoolmates in the China National Institute founded a periodical called The Struggle, another instance of the popularity of the Darwinian theory, which, being primarily interested in instilling new ideas into the uneducated masses, was to be published in the Peihua spoken language. I was invited to contribute to its first issue, and a year later I became its sole editor. My editorial work on this magazine helped me not only to develop an ability in the use of the living tongue as a literary medium, but also to think out, in clear language and logical order, the ideas and thoughts which had been taking shape since my childhood days. In many of my articles written for this magazine, I strongly attacked the superstitions of the people, and was frankly iconoclastic and atheistic. In 1908, my family was in great financial difficulty because of business failures. At the age of 17, I found myself facing the necessity of supporting myself at school and my mother at home. I gave up my studies and taught elementary English for over a year, teaching 5 hours a day and receiving a monthly pay of $80. In 1910, I taught Chinese for a few months. Those years, 1909 to 1910, were dark years in the history of China as well as in my personal history. Revolutions broke out in several provinces and failed each time. Quite a number of my former schoolmates at the China National Institute, which was a center of revolutionary activities, were involved in these plots, and not a few lost their lives. Several of these political fugitives came to Shanghai and stayed with me. We were all despondent and pessimistic. We drank, wrote pessimistic poetry, talked day and night, and often gambled for no stakes. We even engaged an old actor to teach us singing. One cold morning, I wrote a poem which contained this line: "How proudly does the wintry frost scorn the powerless rays of the sun!" Despondency and drudgery drove us to all kinds of dissipation. One rainy night, I got deadly drunk, fought with a policeman in the street, and landed myself in prison for the night. When I went home the next morning and saw in the mirror the bruises on my face, this line in Li Po's drinking song came to my mind: "Some use might yet be made of this material born in me." I decided to quit teaching and my friends. After a month of hard work, I went to Peking to take the examination for the scholarship founded on the returned American portion of the Boxer Indemnity. I passed the examination and in July sailed for America. I arrived in America full of pessimism, but I soon made friends and came to be very fond of the country and its people. The naive optimism and cheerfulness of the Americans impressed me most favorably. In this land there seemed nothing which could not be achieved by human intelligence and effort. I could not escape the contagion of this cheerful outlook on life, which, in the course of a few years, gradually cured my premature senility. When I went to see a football game for the first time, I sat there philosophically amused by the roughness of the game, and by the wild yells and cheers, which seemed to me quite beneath the dignity of the university student. But, as the struggle became more and more exciting, I began to catch the enthusiasm. Then, accidentally turning my head, I saw the white-haired professor of botany, Mr. W. Rowley, cheering and yelling in all heartiness, and I felt so ashamed of myself that I was soon cheering enthusiastically with the crowd. Even during the darkest days in the first years of the Chinese Republic, I managed to keep up my good cheer. In a letter written to a Chinese friend, I said, "Nothing is hopeless except when you and I give it up as hopeless." In my diaries, I wrote down such quotations as this from Clough: "If hopes are dupes, fears are liars." Or this, in my own Chinese translation, from Browning: "One who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph, held we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake." In January 1914, I wrote this entry in my diary: "I believe that the greatest thing I have learned since leaving China is this optimistic philosophy of life." In 1915, I was awarded the Hiram Corson Prize for the best essay on Robert Browning. The subject of my essay was in defense of Browning's optimism. I think it was largely my gradually changed outlook on life that made me speak with a sense of conviction in taking up his defense. I began my university career as a student in the New York State College of Agriculture at Cornell University. My choice was based on the belief then current in China that a Chinese student must learn some useful art, and literature and philosophy were not considered of any practical use. But there was also an economic motive. The College of Agriculture then charged no tuition fee, and I thought I might be able to save a part of my monthly allowance to send to my mother. I had had no experience on a farm, and my heart was not in agriculture. The freshman courses in English literature and German interested me far more than farm practice and pomology. After hesitating for a year and a half, I finally transferred to the College of Arts and Sciences at the penalty of paying 4 semesters' tuition fee at once, which cost me 8 months' privation. But I felt more at home in my new studies, and have never regretted the change. A course in the history of European philosophy, under that inspiring teacher, the late Professor J.E. Creighton, led me to major in philosophy. I also took a keen interest in English literature and political science. The Sage School of Philosophy at Cornell was a stronghold of idealism. Under its guidance, I read the more important works of the classical philosophers of ancient and modern times. I also read these works of such later idealists as Bradley and Bosanquet, but their problems never interested me. In 1915, I went to Columbia University and studied under Professor John Dewey until the summer of 1917, when I returned to China. Under Dewey's inspiration, I wrote my dissertation on the development of the logical method in ancient China, which made me reread the philosophical writings of ancient China and laid the foundation for all my later researches in the history of Chinese thought. During my 7 years in America, I had many extracurricular activities, which probably had as much influence on my life and thought as my university work. In days of despondency, I took much interest in the Christian religion and read the Bible almost through. In the summer of 1911, when I was a guest at a conference of the Chinese Christian Students Association held at Pocono Pines, Pennsylvania, I almost decided to become a Christian. But I gradually drifted away from Christianity, although I did much reading in the history of its development. For a long time, however, I was a believer in the doctrine of non-resistance. 5 centuries before Jesus, the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu had taught that the highest virtue resisted nothing, and that water, which resists nothing, is always irresistible. My early acceptance of this teaching of Lao Tzu led me to take a great liking to the Sermon on the Mount. When the Great War broke out in 1914, I was deeply moved by the fate of Belgium and became a confirmed non-resistor. I lived 3 years at the Cornell Cosmopolitan Club and made many warm friends of all nationalities. Under the influence of such idealistic pacifists as George Naismith and John Mez, I became a zealous pacifist myself. I was one of the founders of the Collegiate League to Abolish Militarism, which was formed in 1915 at the suggestion of Oswald Garrison Villard. When later the International Polity Clubs were founded, under the leadership of Naismith and Norman Angell, I was one of the most active members and participated in their first 2 annual conferences. In 1916, I was awarded the International Polity Club Prize for my essay on Is There a Substitute for Force in International Relations?, in which I expounded the philosophy of a League of Nations on the idea of law as organized force. My pacifism and internationalism often brought me into serious trouble. When Japan entered the World War by attacking the German possessions in Shantung, she declared to the world that these were to be eventually restored to China. I was the only Chinese in America who believed in this declaration, and argued in writing that Japan probably meant what she said. For this, I was ridiculed by many of my fellow students. When in 1915 Japan presented the famous 21 demands on China, every Chinese in the United States was for immediate declaration of war with Japan. I wrote an open letter to the Chinese Students Monthly, counseling calmness and cool thinking, for which I was severely attacked from all sides and often denounced as a traitor. War was avoided by China's partial acceptance of the demands, but the German possessions in China were not restored to China until 7 years later. My reading of Ibsen, John Morley, and Huxley taught me the importance of honest thinking and honest speaking. I read all of Ibsen's plays, and was particularly pleased by An Enemy of the People. Morley's essay on compromise, first recommended to me by my good friend Miss Edith Clifford Williams, has remained one of the most important spiritual influences on my life. Morley has taught me that a principle, if it be sound, represents one of the larger expediencies. To abandon that for the sake of some seeming expediency of the hour is to sacrifice the greater good for the less. Nothing is so sure to impoverish an epoch, to deprive conduct of nobleness, and character of elevation. Huxley goes still further, and teaches a method of intellectual honesty. He merely says, "Give me such evidence as would justify me in believing anything else, and I will believe that, the immortality of man. It is no use to talk to me of analogies and probabilities. I know what I mean when I say I believe in the law of the inverse square, and I will not rest my life and my hopes upon weaker convictions." Huxley has also said, "The most sacred act of a man's life is to say and to feel I believe such and such to be true." All the greatest rewards and all the heaviest penalties of existence cling upon that act. It is from Professor Dewey that I have learned that the most sacred responsibility of a man's life is to endeavor to think well, to think sluggishly, to think without strict regard to the antecedents and consequences of thought, to accept ready-made and unanalyzed concepts as premises of thinking, to allow personal factors unconsciously to influence one's thinking, or to fail to test one's ideas by working out their results is to be intellectually irresponsible. All the greatest discoveries of truth and all the greatest calamities in history depend upon this. Dewey has given us a philosophy of thinking which treats thinking as an art, as a technique. And in How We Think in Essays in Experimental Logique has worked out this technique, which I have found to be true not only of the discoveries in the experimental sciences, but also of the best researches in the historical sciences, such as textual criticism, philological reconstruction, and higher criticism. In all these fields, the best results have been achieved by the same technique, which in its essence consists of a boldness in suggesting hypotheses coupled with a most solicitous regard for control and verification. This laboratory technique of thinking deserves the name of creative intelligence because it is truly creative in the exercise of imagination and ingenuity in seeking evidence and devising experiment, and in the satisfactory results that flow from the successful fruition of thinking. Curiously enough, this instrumental logic has turned me into a historical research worker. I have learned to think genetically, and this genetic habit of thinking has been the key to success in all my subsequent work in the history of thought and literature. More curious still, this historical way of thinking has not made me a conservative, but always a progressive. For instance, my arguments for the literary revolution in China have been entirely based upon the undeniable facts of historical evolution, and they have been so far unanswerable by my opponents. The death of my mother in November 1918 was the occasion which led to the first formulation of the credo for which I had been groping in the vast world for over 14 years. It was published in February 1919 in an essay entitled Immortality, My Religion. Because of my early boyhood readings, I had long since rejected the idea of personal survival after death. For many years, I had contented myself with an ancient doctrine of three immortalities, which I found in the Tso commentary on the Chun Chiu, where it was recorded that the wise statesman Xu Sin Pao declared in the year 548 BC, when Confucius was only 3 years old, that there were three kinds of immortality: the immortality of virtue, of service, and of wise speech. These are not forgotten with length of time, and that is what is meant by immortality after death. This doctrine attracted me so much that I often spoke of it to my foreign friends and gave to it the name the doctrine of the immortality of the three W's, worth, work, and words. My mother's death set me thinking afresh on this problem, and I began to feel that the doctrine of the three immortalities was in need of revision. It is defective, in the first place, in being too exclusive. How many people are there in this world whose achievements in virtue, in service, and in literary and philosophical wisdom cannot be forgotten with length of time? Christopher Columbus, for example, may be immortal, but how about the other members of his crew? How about the men who built his ships or furnished his tools, or the many pioneers who had paved the way for him either by courageous thinking or by successful or unsuccessful explorations of the seas? How much, in short, must one achieve in order to attain immortality? In the second place, this doctrine fails to furnish any negative check on human conduct. Virtue is immortal, but how about vice? Shall we again resort to the belief in Judgment Day and hellfire? As I reviewed the life of my dead mother, whose activities had never gone beyond the trivial details of the home, but whose influence could be clearly seen on the faces of those men and women who came to mourn her death, and as I recalled the personal influence of my father on her whole life and its lasting effect on myself, I came to the conviction that everything is immortal. Everything that we are, everything that we do, and everything that we say is immortal in the sense that it has its effect somewhere in this world, and that effect in turn will have its result somewhere else, and the thing goes on in infinite time and space. As Leibniz once said, each body feels all that passes in the universe, so that he who sees all may read in each that which passes everywhere else, and even that which has been and shall be, discerning in the present that which is removed in time as well as in space. We do not see all, but everything is there, reaching into the infinite. A man is what he eats, and the work of the Dakota farmer, the California fruit grower, and a million other food providers lives in him. A man is what he thinks, and everyone who has influenced him, from Socrates, Plato, and Confucius down to his parish preacher and his nursery governess, lives in him. A man is also what he enjoys, and the work of numberless artists and entertainers, living or long dead, renowned or nameless, sublime or vulgar, lives in him. And so on ad infinitum. 14 centuries ago a man wrote an essay on the destructibility of the soul, which was considered so sacrilegious that his emperor ordered 70 great scholars to refute it, and it was refuted. But 500 years later a historian recorded a summary of this sacrilegious essay in his great history. And another 900 years passed. Then a little boy of 11 chanced upon this brief summary of 35 words, and these 35 words, after being buried for 1400 years, suddenly became alive, and are living in him and through him in the lives of thousands of men and women. In 1912 there came to my alma mater an English lecturer, who gave an address on the impossibility of founding a republic in China. His lecture struck me then as quite absurd, but I was amused by his peculiar pronunciation of the vowel, and I sat there imitating it for my own entertainment. His speech has long been forgotten, but somehow his pronunciation of the vowel has stuck by me all these years, and is probably now on the tongue of hundreds of my students without anyone's ever being aware that it came through my mischievous mimicking of Mr. J. O. P. Bland. And Mr. Bland never knew it. 25 centuries ago there died a beggar in a valley of the Himalaya mountains. His body was decomposing by the roadside. There came a young prince who saw the horrifying scene and was set to thinking. He thought over the impermanence of life and of everything else, and decided to leave his family and go to the wilderness to think out a way for his own salvation and that of mankind. Years later he emerged from the wilderness as Buddha, the enlightened one, and proclaimed to the world the way he had found for its salvation. Thus even the decomposition of the dead body of a beggar has unwittingly contributed its part to the founding of one of the greatest religions of the world. This line of reasoning led me to what may be called the religion of social immortality, because it is essentially based on the idea that the individual self, which is the product of the accumulated effect of the social self, leaves an indelible mark of everything it is, and everything it does upon that larger self, which may be termed society, or humanity, or the great being. The individual may die, but he lives on in this great self which is immortal. All his virtue and vice, merit and sin, all his action and thought and speech, significant or trivial, right or wrong, for good or for evil, everything lives in the effect it produces on the great self. This great self lives forever, as the everlasting monumental testimony of the triumphs and failures of the numberless individual selves. This conception of social immortality is more satisfactory than the ancient Chinese doctrine of the three immortalities, in that it includes the lowly and the insignificant as well as the heroes and sages, vice as well as virtue, crime as well as meritorious service. And it is this recognition of the immortality of evil as well as of good that constitutes the moral sanction of the doctrine. The decay of a dead body may found a religion, but it may also plague a whole continent. A chance remark of a barmaid may lead to the sudden enlightenment of a Zen monk, but a wrong theory of political or social reconstruction may cause centuries of bloodshed. The discovery of a microscopic bacillus may benefit millions of people, but a tiny sputum from a consumptive may kill multitudes and generations. Truly the evil that men do lives after them. It is the clear recognition of the consequences of conduct that constitutes our sense of moral responsibility. The individual self owes a tremendous debt to the greater social self, and it is his duty to hold himself responsible to it for everything he does or thinks or is. Humanity is what it is by the wisdom and folly of our fathers, but we shall be judged by what humanity will be when we shall have played our part. Shall we say, after us the deluge? Or shall we say, after us the millennium? In 1923, I had another occasion to formulate my credo in a more general way. An article on science and our philosophy of life by the geologist Mr. V. K. Ting, published in a weekly paper edited by myself, had started a long controversy which lasted almost a whole year. Practically every thinker of any standing in China had taken part in it. When the controversial literature was collected by some enterprising publisher at the end of 1923, it amounted to over 250,000 words. I was asked to write an introduction to this collection. My introductory essay added another 10,000 words to this already voluminous collection, and concluded with what I proposed as a framework for a new philosophy of the universe and life, to which, however, some of the hostile Christian missionaries have mischievously given the name of Hushi's New Decalogue. I now translate it for what it is worth. 1. On the basis of our knowledge of astronomy and physics, we should recognize that the world of space is infinitely large. 2. On the basis of our geological and paleontological knowledge, we should recognize that the universe extends over infinite time. 3. On the basis of all our verifiable scientific knowledge, we should recognize that the universe and everything in it follow natural laws of movement and change, natural in the Chinese sense of being so of themselves, and that there is no need for the concept of a supernatural ruler or creator. 4. On the basis of the biological sciences, we should recognize the terrific wastefulness and brutality in the struggle for existence in the biological world, and consequently the untenability of the hypothesis of a benevolent ruler. 5. On the basis of the biological, physiological, and psychological sciences, we should recognize that man is only one species in the animal kingdom and differs from the other species only in degree, but not in kind. 6. On the basis of the knowledge derived from anthropology, sociology, and the biological sciences, we should understand the history and causes of the evolution of living organisms and of human society. 7. On the basis of the biological and psychological sciences, we should recognize that all psychological phenomena are explainable through the law of causality. 8. On the basis of biological and historical knowledge, we should recognize that morality and religion are subject to change, and that the causes of such change can be scientifically studied. 9. On the basis of our newer knowledge of physics and chemistry, we should recognize that matter is full of motion and not static. 10. On the basis of biological, sociological, and historical knowledge, we should recognize that the individual self is subject to death and decay, but the sum total of individual achievement, for better or for worse, lives on in the immortality of the larger self. That to live for the sake of the species and posterity is religion of the highest kind, and that those religions which seek a future life either in heaven or in the pure land are selfish religions. This new credo, I concluded, is a hypothesis founded on the generally accepted scientific knowledge of the last 200 or 300 years. To avoid unnecessary controversy, I propose to call it, not a scientific credo, but merely the naturalistic conception of life and the universe. In this naturalistic universe, in this universe of infinite space and time, man, the two-handed animal whose average height is about 5 feet and a half and whose age rarely exceeds 100 years, is indeed a mere infinitesimal microbe. In this naturalistic universe, where every motion in the heavens has its regular course and every change follows laws of nature, where causality governs man's life and the struggle for existence spurs his activities, in such a universe man has very little freedom indeed. Yet this tiny animal of 2 hands has his proper place and worth in that world of infinite magnitude. Making good use of his hands and a large brain, he has actually succeeded in making a number of tools, thinking out ways and means, and creating his own civilization. He has not only domesticated the wild animals, but he has also studied and discovered a considerable number of the secrets and laws of nature by means of which he has become a master of the natural forces, and is now ordering electricity to drive his carriage and ether to deliver his message. The increase of his knowledge has extended his power, but it has also widened his vision and elevated his imagination. There were times when he worshipped stones and animals, and was afraid of the gods and ghosts. But he is now moving away from these childish habits, and is slowly coming to a realization that the infinity of space only enhances his aesthetic appreciation of the universe. The infinite length of geological and archaeological time only makes him better understand the terrific hardship his forefathers had to encounter in building up this human inheritance, and the regularity of the movements and changes in the heavens and on earth only furnishes him the key to his dominion over nature. Even the absolute universality of the law of causality does not necessarily limit his freedom, because the law of causality not only enables him to explain the past and predict the future, but also encourages him to use his intelligence to create new causes and attain new results. Even the apparent cruelty in the struggle for existence does not necessarily make him a hardened brute. On the contrary, it may intensify his sympathy for his fellow men, make him believe more firmly in the necessity of cooperation, and convince him of the importance of conscious human endeavor as the only means of reducing the brutality and wastefulness of the natural struggles. In short, this naturalistic conception of the universe and life is not necessarily devoid of beauty, of poetry, of moral responsibility, and of the fullest opportunity for the exercise of the creative intelligence of man. Woman's Place in Chinese History. Pamphlet. Trans-Pacific News Service, 1940. 15 pages. 1. There is a general impression that the Chinese woman has always occupied a very low place in Chinese society. The object of this paper, however, is to try to tell a different story, to show that, in spite of the traditional oppression, the Chinese woman has been able to establish herself a position which we must regard as a fairly exalted one. If there is a moral to this story, it is that it is simply impossible to suppress women, even in China. I shall begin with these interesting lines from the Book of Odes, which is the richest and most authentic source of materials for our study of the social life of ancient China before the 8th century BC. When a son is born, let him sleep in the bed, clothe him with fine dress, and give him jades to play with. How lordly his cry is! May he grow up to wear crimson and be the lord of the clan and the tribe. When a daughter is born, let her sleep on the ground, wrap her in common wrappings, and give her broken tiles for her playthings. May she have no faults, nor merits of her own. May she well attend to food and wine, and bring no discredit to her parents. This frank partiality to sons and neglect of daughters does not require any apology or comment. It is simply a sociological and anthropological fact which womankind has always had to face in every part of the world. It is against such a hostile background that woman has had to struggle and slowly win her position in the family and in the larger world. Even in ancient China, women were playing an important part in political life. Confucius told us that, of the 10 builders of the Zhou Empire, one was a woman. He did not mention who she was, nor what she did. But in those ancient odes, which sang the early history of the Zhou people before its eastward migration and conquest, we read high tributes paid to the great women who helped to make their race great. Indeed, the poet-historians trace the origin of this race to a virgin woman who, through an immaculate conception, gave birth to Ho Tsi, who taught his people the art of agriculture and became the founder of a great race and a great dynasty. Probably women enjoyed a peculiarly high position among this Western people. For, in their quasi-historical poems, their great rulers were almost always mentioned together with their wives. The Tai Wang migrated with his wife. Wang Qi's marriage with Tai Jin was celebrated in one of the odes, and Tai Su, when Wang's consort, was praised more than once in these poems. Taisa gave birth to 10 remarkable sons, of whom one conquered the Yin Empire and founded the Zhou dynasty, which lasted almost 800 years, and another was the Duke of Zhou, a great general and statesman. But in the later history of the Zhou dynasty, the part played by the women did not seem to be always beneficial. The Western, Zhou, Empire fell to the hands of the barbarians in 721 BC, and history attributed its downfall to the work of a woman, Pao Su. Thus the poet sang, "Glorious was the Zhou house. It was Pao Su who ruined it." Authentic history did not tell us how she did it, but she must have been a truly wonderful woman to be able to ruin a great dynasty. For the poet said in another ode, "The wise men founded the city, but the wise woman destroys it. Alas! This wise woman, a bird of evil omen is she. A woman with a long tongue is surely a stepping stone to ruin. Disaster does not descend from heaven, it comes from woman." This is a condemnation of woman, but it is at the same time a clear indication of the important role played by women in those days. Woman must occupy a very important position before she can ruin a city or a nation. Throughout Chinese history, there were many great women whose political achievement was not merely due to their status as empresses or empress dowagers. An ordinary person with no marked talents can achieve nothing even though she is placed in most exalted positions of the empire. But these Chinese women did honor to the positions they occupied in history. Such was the Queen Regent of Tsi, who reigned for almost 40 years, and whose sagacity in internal government and diplomacy kept the kingdom of Tsi out of the devastating wars which ruined the nations in the 3rd century BC. She was once asked to solve the puzzle of unchaining a chain of jade rings. She took a hammer and broke the chain with the exclamation, "I have solved it." In the founding of the Han Empire, which lasted 400 years, two women played very important parts. The Empress Lu died 180 BC, wife of the founder of the dynasty, came from the common people and had no education. But she was a woman of great shrewdness and capable of most decisive and brutal action. It was she who murdered Han Hsin and Peng Yu, the two great generals whose power could threaten the safety of the empire. The other woman was the Empress Tu, died 135 BC, who also came from the people and was in power for 45 years. She was a believer in Lao Tse's political philosophy of non-interference and required all her children and grandchildren and her own clansmen to study the works of Lao Tse and other Taoist philosophers. Throughout the long reign of her husband and her son, the imperial policy was one of laissez-faire and strict economy, which allowed the people to recuperate from the effects of long wars and to develop their own resources. At the end of her reign, the empire had attained the height of general prosperity, and the government had endeared itself to the people, so that it was possible for her grandson, Wu Ti, to carry out his policy of construction and expansion, and to build up an empire of Greater China. In the most glorious days of the Tang dynasty, a great woman, the Empress Wu Chao, ruled over the empire for 45 years, 660 to 705, during a part of which period she actually declared herself not merely Empress Regent, but Emperor of her newly founded dynasty of Zhou, and reigned of her own right for 16 years. She was a woman of great literary talent and political genius, and her long reign was marked by territorial expansion and cultural advancement. I shall not go on enumerating the empresses who ruled vast empires, nor the imperial favorites who ruined great dynasties. I think I have said enough to show that the Chinese woman was not excluded from political life, and that she has played no mean role in the long history of the country. 2. In the non-political spheres of life, the Chinese woman, too, has achieved positions of honor and distinction. The greatest honor goes to Ti Yung, of the family of Qin Yu, who was responsible for the abolition of corporal tortures under the Han Empire. Her father, who was one of the greatest physicians of the age, had been unjustly accused and was to be subjected to bodily tortures. As he had 5 daughters and no son, the old doctor, on his way to prison, turned to the girls and said, "It has been my misfortune to have only daughters and no son, and I have no one to help me in time of need." Ti Yung, the youngest of his 5 daughters, resolved to help her father, and went to the capital, where she petitioned to the emperor, offering herself as a slave in the imperial court to redeem her father from the deadly tortures. Her petition touched the heart of the benevolent emperor when Ti, who issued in 167 BC his most famous edict ordering the abolition of all the worst forms of corporal punishment. In the world of scholarship and literature, Chinese women have always made important contributions. In the early decades of the Han Dynasty, when the ancient classics were transmitted through verbal teaching, a woman was responsible for the preservation and transmission of the text of one of the classics, the Book of History. 300 years later, when the great historian Pan Ku died in imprisonment, 92 AD, and his monumental history of Han was left unfinished, it was a woman, his sister Pan Chao, who was requested by the imperial government to continue the work and bring it to completion. It was she who taught the great scholar Ma Young to read the history of Han, thereby publishing it to the world. Pan Chao was invited to become the teacher of the Empress and the other ladies of the court. When the Empress Tang became regent, 105 to 121, she was a kind of political advisor to her. Of her preserved works, the Lessons for Women in 7 chapters is best known. In these chapters, she taught the virtue of humility, but she also advocated the education of women. The gentlemen of today, said she, who educate their sons only and ignore the instruction of their daughters, have failed to understand the proper relationship between the sexes. According to tradition, the boys are taught to read books at the age of 8, and will have acquired some knowledge by the age of 15. May we not do the same thing for the girls? These words sound very mild today, but it must have required much moral courage to utter them in the year 100 AD. Of all the literary women in Chinese history, the most famous one was Li Ching Chao, a native of Sinan, and wife of the scholar Chao Ming Chicheng. She was born in 1081 and died about 1140. Both her father and mother being talented writers, she grew up in an atmosphere of culture and refinement. She wrote well both in prose and in verse, but was particularly noted for her pure songs written to popular airs. Hers was an age of songs, but she was very severe in her criticism of the greatest poets of the time. Her own songs, of which only a few scores have been preserved, were highly praised by her contemporaries. Hsin Chia-shin, the greatest master of Tzetsu, openly admitted that he was sometimes imitating the style of Li Ching Chao. Li Ching Chao was probably one of the most striking personalities among the Chinese women of historical fame. She was always frank and never hesitated to write of her real life with all its love, joys, and sorrows. As an example of her frankness, I quote these sentences from her preface to her book on a game of chance, which was then in vogue. I love gambling. I am so fond of all forms of gambling that I can easily forego sleep or forget my food. And I always win, be the stake large or small. Why? Because I know the games well. Ever since the war and our migration to the South, frequent traveling under most trying circumstances has scattered all our gambling sets, and I have rarely played. But I have never ceased to think of the games. With the same candor, she wrote her second preface to the catalogue of bronze and stone inscriptions compiled by her scholarly husband. As this preface gives us a most charming picture of the intimate life of a happily married couple, I quote a few paragraphs to show the place of an educated wife in a scholarly family. When we were married in 1101, my husband was 21, and was still a student at the National University. Both our families being poor, we lived a very frugal life. On the 1st and 15th of every month, my husband had leave of absence from the university to come home. He would very often pawn his belongings to get 500 cash, with which he would walk to the market at Xianqua Monastery and pick up rubbings of ancient stone inscriptions. These, together with some fresh fruits and nuts, he would carry home, and we would enjoy together the edibles and the ancient rubbings, forgetful of all our troubles in this world. In later years, when my father-in-law became prime minister, and a number of influential friends were in a position to loan us rare books to copy, our interest in these antiquarian objects was greatly deepened, and we often took great trouble, and sometimes suffered privation in order to buy a rare manuscript, a fine painting, or an ancient bronze vessel. I remember once during the Xiechengming era, circa 1105, we were offered a painting by Su Shi for sale at the price of 200,000 cash. Although a son of a prime minister, my husband found it difficult to pay such high price. We kept the painting for 2 days, and had to return it to the owner. For several days, we could not overcome our sense of regret and disappointment. When my husband became prefect of 2 prefectures, he spent practically all his income on books and antiques. When a book was bought, he and I would always read it together, mending the text, repairing the manuscript, and writing the captions. And when a painting or a bronze vessel was brought home, we would also together open it, play with it, study its merits, and criticize its defects. Every evening we studied together till one candle was burned up. In this way our collection of books surpassed all other collections in the country, because of this loving care which my husband and I were able to give to it. It was my good fortune to be endowed with a very good memory. Every evening after supper, we would sit together in the Kuei Hall and make our own tea. We would wager against each other that such and such a quotation was to be found on a certain page in a certain chapter of a certain book. We must number the exact line, page, chapter, and volume, and then check them from the bookshelves. The winner was rewarded by drinking the first cup of tea. But when one of us did win, one was so happy that one's hand trembled with laughter, and the tea would spill all over the floor. So the first cup was rarely drunk. We were resolved to grow old and die in such a little world of our own. Here in this beautiful picture of the domestic life in the early years of the 12th century, we see absolute equality, intellectual companionship and cooperation, and a little world of contented happiness. The picture is too good to be true of most Chinese families. Indeed, it is too good to be true of most families anywhere, in the East or in the West. But it is a most interesting human document, which tells us that at least some Chinese woman once occupied a place which may make some of us modern people feel not a little envious. 3. The question is often asked, how many women in old China may be said to have received an education? What proportion of the women had access to this literary education? This question cannot be satisfactorily answered. It varies with the educational opportunities of the different families, and with the different localities. A family with a literary tradition usually gave to its women some rudiments of a literary education, while it takes some strikingly exceptional genius to pick up a knowledge of reading and writing in a poor and unlettered family. Moreover, it is safe to say that women born in the lower Yangtze Delta had a better chance to an education than those born in the other provinces. Again, there seems to have been a gradual spread of the practice of educating the women, beginning probably with the invention of the printed book in the 9th century, and becoming more widely spread during the last 400 years, when the literary talented woman Tsai Nu of the popular novels gradually came to be accepted as an ideal for women. About 10 years ago, Mrs. Chien Sun, wife of a former Chinese minister to Rome, published a bibliography of works by women writers during the last 300 years. This lady of 70 years had spent more than 10 years in compiling this work, and I was asked to write an introduction to it. I tried to make a statistical analysis of its contents, and found the results most interesting and instructive. In the first place, this bibliography tells us that there were 2,310 women in the last 300 years who had written, and most of them had published works in the field of literature. This number in itself is a revelation to me. Secondly, I have classified these lady writers according to their birthplaces and obtained the following results: 748, 706, 119, 97, 71, 57, 51, 44, 42, 38, 20, 19, 18, 15, 13, 10, 6, 4, 212, 2,310. Thus Kiangsu and Chekiang had the highest percentage, each coming very near to 1/3 of the total. These two provinces plus Anhui make more than 2/3 of the total. Kiangsu, Chekiang, Anhui, Fujian, and Hunan occupy fully 3/4 of the total number. These proportions correspond almost exactly to the ratio of geographical distribution of male authors and of historical personages, which has been worked out by other scholars for the same period. All this shows that Mrs. Chien's bibliography was representative of cultural distribution among the female population in the country. Thirdly, we must note that, out of the 3,000 works listed, about 99% is poetry. There were a few works on mathematics, one on medicine, half a dozen in the field of history, and about a dozen in classical and philological research. This again is quite significant in showing that the education which these women received was purely literary, and that the spirit of critical historical research which characterized the age left no marked influence on the educated ladies. They read and wrote poetry, because it was considered respectable for ladies to be able to do so. Most of these educated ladies learned to paint pictures, and some of them became accomplished artists. That, too, was a part of the literary education. To confirm Mrs. Chien's investigations, I may point out that the number of women writers of poetry in the last 300 years is really amazing. As far as I know, there have been 3 important anthologies of poems written by women during this period. The first anthology was made in 1831 and contained 933 names. The second was a supplement made in 1835 which listed 513 names, and the third was made by Mrs. Chien Sun in 1918 and contained 309 names. The 3 anthologies together furnish us with a list of 1755 poetesses. Besides these anthologies of poems in more or less regular meters which we call shi, there are other anthologies of songs of irregular lines which are written to existing tunes, and which are known by the name of tsiu. Most of the women who wrote tesha also wrote tsiu. Mr. Su Tsiu, a well-known collector of books, has recently published a collection of 100 complete works of 100 women songwriters of this period, and in addition, he has published an anthology of 2045 songs by 783 women of the last 300 years. 4. It may be asked, what good has all this literary education done to the Chinese women? Has it ever led them to revolt against foot binding? Has it given the women an opportunity to be economically more independent? Has it really elevated their position in the family or in society? It is true that the literary education for women has not led them to revolt against foot binding, just as 700 years of rational philosophy has not opened the eyes of Chinese thinkers to the horrors of such a perverse and cruel form of beautifying their women. Nor has this superficial education enabled the women to become economically more independent, although not a few well-known women artists could sell their painting and calligraphy at a fairly high price. It was considered not highly reputable for good artists to write or paint for pay, and it was only in extreme cases of necessity that educated ladies of good families condescended to sell their pictures or writings. Nevertheless, this literary education, however superficial and unpractical, has had the good effect of elevating the position of the women. In a country where educated men are rare, educated women are even more scarce and are therefore more respected. Moreover, this literary education gave them a key at least to book knowledge which, while it may not lead to emancipation or revolution, probably made them better wives and better mothers. It is not always true that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. A little knowledge is much better than no knowledge at all. In particular, this literary education has had tremendous value in enabling the women to become better teachers to their own children. This is invariably true of Chinese girls, who were rarely taught in schools together with the boys, and who would have a better chance for education if their mothers could teach them the rudiments of reading and writing. It is therefore safe to say that the comparatively wide spread of education for Chinese women during the last 300 years has been largely the work of the educated women themselves. And history is full of evidences of the importance of women's education in the lives of their sons. Many a great man in Chinese history received his early education from his mother. The sage Mencius owed his early training to his mother, whose story has become proverbial. The great statesman and scholar Ouyang Su died 1072, lost his father at the age of 4, and was taught by his widowed mother who, having no money to buy paper and brush, used reeds to write characters on the ground for her son to read. The great Kuyen Wu died 1681, the founder of modern critical scholarship in the last 3 centuries, told us that his virgin mother, who lost her fiancé on the eve of their wedding, and lived a life of widowhood with her adopted son, was responsible for his early training in historical knowledge and in the love for the Chinese nation. When the Manchus had conquered the Ming Empire and Manchu troops were approaching her native place, she resolved to die for her country and killed herself by starving 15 days. She died the day before her city was taken by the Manchus, and left her last instruction to her adopted son that he must not accept office or honor under the alien conquerors. Kuyen Wu lived 36 years under the new regime, but refused to have anything to do with the new government. He was one of the few great spiritual fathers of Chinese nationalism. Thus has China been rewarded by her women for the little education they had received. Against all shackles and fetters, the Chinese woman has exerted herself and achieved for herself a place in the family, in society, and in history. She has managed men and governed empires. She has contributed abundantly to literature and the fine arts, and above all she has taught and molded her sons to be what they have been. If she has not contributed more, it was probably because China, which certainly has treated her ill, has not deserved more of her. An optimist in the sea of pessimism. The People's Tribune, January 1st, 1935. Volume 8. Number 1. Pages 17 to 24. At the end of each year, and on such occasions as the celebration of the Double Ten, it is good to pause and reflect upon what, after all, we have achieved since the outbreak of the revolution in the HSI high year, 1910, down to this 23rd year of the Republic, 1934. Are there any achievements worth commemorating or not? At this most critical period of our national difficulties, we are all very liable to pessimism, to despair and apathy, when we feel that after the lapse of 23 years, we have scarcely succeeded in accomplishing a single thing. In the arts of civilization, we have not made any outstanding contribution to the world. Militarily, we have been unable to resist the relentless aggressions of a powerful neighbor. What further interest, then, have we in keeping up these annual observances? These are thoughts that occurred to most of us on days of national celebration, and I feel it behoves those of us who refuse to be downhearted, fairly, and in the right historical perspective to bring our minds to bear on the subject, and to reckon anew the account in the ledger of the Chinese Republic to see what general results have accrued in the course of 23 years. Pessimistic critics of China are fond of comparing China's great age with her similarly great lack of modern progress. In comparison with that of other countries, the progress made in China is pitifully small, as they are fond of reminding us. But these critics, who condemn present changes and clamor for a revival of the old, are fundamentally wrong. They lack the sense of historical perspective. Those who are most pessimistic today were undoubtedly the most optimistic at the beginning of the Republic, being then really not quite able to appreciate the nature and substance of the things they had hoped for. They visualized a prosperous and powerful state, possessing equality and independence, thinking that in a short space of time their dreams would be realized. They deluded themselves with the prospect of a miracle to be, and on realizing that no trace of such miracle has yet shown itself after 23 years, their faith has been shaken, and the heights of their optimism transformed into the depths of despondence. The root of the trouble with these pessimists is that they lack a sense of historical perspective. They fail to appreciate, in the first place, the difficulties of the subject to be tackled, in the second place, the feebleness of the backing we have for meeting such difficulties, thirdly, the lateness of time when our work was begun, fourthly, the relative shortness of such a period as 23 years, and fifthly, that, even in so short a time, we have nevertheless obtained a certain amount of visible progress. Progress, however, is a relative term, and to gauge it one must have a definite standard of comparison. The only fair basis of comparison in the case of China is to compare present-day conditions to those obtaining in China itself during, say, the last years of the Manchu dynasty, before the movement for reform and change was fairly underway. If one can draw a lesson from history, he will perceive that, although these last 23 years have witnessed no miracle, they have at least seen progress, which is very encouraging. Progress is always comparative, and historical comparisons are necessary if we wish to know whether this step means progress or that step retrogression. In order to appraise the accomplishments of these 23 years, we must take the results as they appear today, and compare them with conditions existing 23 years ago, and after that pronounce our judgment. This is the simplest example of historical perspective. Many of China's critics fail to realize how long we procrastinated in the work of reform and modernization. The 70 years between 1840, when China first felt to any degree the impact of the West, and 1911 may be considered the period of China's disintegration. Unlike other countries, China had to devote this long period to the purely negative work of destruction. She had to destroy utterly what was harmful in her old civilization before taking up the work of reform and modernization in earnest. And although this destruction of the old appears to many to be merely negative in character, yet, since it was a necessary condition before real progress could be started, it must be counted as a positive factor in the modernization of the country. During this long period, no real and permanent reform was carried through. The so-called New Navy was destroyed by the Japanese. The new army merely sowed the seeds of later civil war and prepared the way for the period of military governorships for the Tujuns. The famous reforms of 1898 were swept entirely away by the Empress Dowager. An attempt was made to start modern education, but, inasmuch as it was entirely in the hands of old people, there was nothing really modern about it. In the course of a broadcast address on October 10th last, Mr. Wang Shiche, Minister of Education, discussing the educational progress of the past 23 years, said that, comparing the 23rd with the first year of the Republic, students in primary schools have increased fourfold, in middle schools tenfold, and in high schools and technical colleges approximately 100-fold. This undue disparity between the three classes is intolerable, and should be immediately rectified, but the historical comparison of figures at least reveals that during these 23 years startling progress has been made, despite poverty and disturbances. The progress in education during that period is not confined to the matter of augmented figures, to which Mr. Wang Shiche called attention, but there is progress also in various other directions, which cannot be disclosed merely by statistics. We who have passed our 40th year may look back and reflect what sort of Chinese schools we had over 20 years ago. About 25 years ago, when I was a middle school student in Shanghai, science subjects, draftsmanship, trigonometry, analytical geometry, and higher algebra were always taught in the Chinese schools by Japanese. The science classes, and even subjects such as drawing and handiwork in the government-supported normal or middle schools in cities such as Peking, Peiping, Tientsin, Nanking, Suzhou, Shanghai, Wuchang, Qingtu, and Canton were taught by Japanese. The languages, geography, and history of foreign nations were taught by members of the YMCA or graduates of St. John's University. I recall that in our school the textbook for Western history was a general history of the world, written by an American who lived in the first quarter of the 19th century and who used the pen name of Peter Parley. The very first page of the book is given up to the legend of God's creation of the world in 7 days, followed by a description of the flood. At the end of the book, 2 pages are devoted to China, with a half-page illustration of Confucius, wearing a big red tasseled cap and a long queue. Such was the state of the schools as they existed 25 years ago. At present, we have 111 colleges and universities, and in these institutions, with very few exceptions, all faculties are headed by Chinese and employ Chinese professors. Among these faculties are several which can stand comparison with any abroad. The scientific achievements of a number of scholars have also been acknowledged by the intelligentsia of the world. One can thus hardly refuse to admit that this is no little progress made in the space of 23 years. Again, let us take a glance at the textbooks used in primary schools 25 years ago, and the sort of language employed. When I was a primary school student in Shanghai, this most progressive Shanghai, the ancient classics were used, and the teacher used to explain the meaning of a classical passage word by word and sentence by sentence in his Pudong dialect. In fact, he was translating. We wrote essays on subjects such as duty to one's parents and to one's brothers. Compare the superiority and inferiority of Han Wuti and Tang Taichung. Later, in the newly compiled textbooks, one still found the classical language, and every word and sentence still had to be translated in order to render the meaning clear. From the 6th year of the Republic, we began to have the spoken language movement. In the 9th year of the Republic, the Department of Education of the Peking government decreed that the first 2 grades in all primary schools should employ the Kuiyu. From the 11th year of the Republic onward, all grades in primary and middle schools had changed to the Kuiyu textbooks. We may leave the positively tremendous achievements of the new literature in the past 16 years aside, but just think of the trouble that the 1,100,000 school children now avoid and the energy that they save every year. Can we deny that it is progress indeed that we have made in the past 20 years? Again, take scientific research. At the time of the HSI High Revolution, 1910, there was no institution for scientific research in the whole of China. The existing scientific research institutions in China today, from the earliest establishment of the Peking Geographical Research Institute to the Central Research Institute of recent years, are the product of the past 20 years. 2 decades is a rather short period, and yet many of our scientific research institutions and scientific laboratories in the universities have only 4 or 5 years' history. In this short space of time, under unstable conditions and subject to financial difficulties, there have been developments along many lines in science. In the fields of natural science, geology, and paleontology, undoubtedly China has achieved more than the Japanese accomplishments of the past 60 years. In biology, physiology, physics-chemistry, and meteorology, there are also manifest achievements. In the field of history and sociology, the research work of the language and history departments of the Central Research Institute, of the Geographical Research Institute, of the Peking Social Research Institute, and of the Economic and Social Science departments of the Nankai University, has accomplished much in a short period, and the fact has been acknowledged by the world's leading authorities. During the past 20 years, we have accomplished much in various fields of science. When we compare the destitute conditions of the early period of the Republic with those at present existing, it seems as though a palace has been built in the desert. Is not this progress that we have made during the past 20 years or so? Such historical comparisons are the best antidote to pessimism and inspire self-confidence in any thinking person. Even taking the most unsatisfactory field of Chinese enterprise, communications, during the past 20 years, we can find some evidence of progress if we view the matter from a historical standpoint. We, who come from Huichao, know that the journey from Huichao to Hangzhou formerly took 6 or 7 days, but now only takes 6 or 7 hours. That is progress 24-fold. 10 years ago, a trip from Kansu to Peiping took 104 days. Recently, an old pupil of mine from Kansu took only 14 days to make the journey, and the time will be further shortened when the Lanhai Railway is completed. China's readiest critics often compare her with Japan, asking why it was that, since Japan could renovate and rebuild the nation within a few score years, China could not have done the same? The answer is that whereas Japan's ruling class, the samurai, at first opposed modernization, this very class later changed and became the leaders of the nation on the road to reform. In China, on the other hand, the ruling class, an alien dynasty and an aristocracy, proved itself entirely ignorant and unintelligent, incapable of leading the nation towards reform and progress. China's energy had to be dissipated in destroying this ruling class. China has suffered greatly from this lack of leadership. There was no ruling, leading class to whom she could turn for leaders, no capitalist class, no real intelligentsia, nor even a powerful middle class from which to recruit leaders. To enumerate only a few of the many undesirable factors which China has had to do away with before beginning real progress, there was eunuchism, a corrupt literary aristocracy, monarchy, the worst forms of torture, foot binding, and a corrupt form of literary examination. The eradication of these and other elements were important and significant in that it indicated a change in the minds of the mass of the people towards fundamental ideas and attitudes. In the abolition of foot binding alone, modernization has accomplished something which 25 centuries of Confucian humanism and 20 centuries of Buddhist mercy failed utterly to bring about. Chinese civilization during the last half of the last century was but the corrupt remnant, senile and sterile, of what had once been a great civilization. It had come to sap its own vitality when it ceased to spread. It was cruel, sleeping, decrepit, bound by the shackles of a senile and corrupt tradition. The work of destruction of all this, therefore, was necessary. It can best be compared to that of a surgical operation, where it is first necessary to remove the dead and cancerous tissue before proceeding with positive work. The political revolution of 1911, therefore, marked not merely the overthrow of a corrupt dynasty, but the laying of the foundations for a new nation. The dynasty had proved itself unintelligent, incapable of reform. With its overthrow was swept away the most powerful center of reaction. All changes for the better in China were greatly facilitated by the removal of the Manchu dynasty from the scene. Modern China, therefore, can only be dated from 1911. To judge whether China has made progress or not, and if so, how much, we must compare conditions at present with those in 1911. 23 years is a very short period of time in the history of the renovation of a nation of 400 million people. The amount of progress cannot possibly be striking in that length of time. That it is even appreciable is worthy of note, and future historians would say that China during that period had made the most progress in all her history thus far. The most remarkable, but the most overlooked, achievements in the past 23 years are social reforms, the most prominent being the feminine movement. From the physical point of view, the Chinese girls of today have attained their full natural physical development, and are gradually taking their place among the most beautiful in physique in the world. In the field of education, the coeducation system has been in existence for only 10 years, but it has won general approval from the public. The social embarrassments between the two sexes which existed before are either disappearing or have disappeared. Moreover, the economic and legal status of women has been raised. The entry of women in the fields of business, in society and politics, has also been increased. The change of customs in marriage, and the position of divorced women or widows in society have also been enhanced. When I read the numerous advertisements of divorce proceedings every day in the Chinese press, I bless the civil code and the new ideas which make this possible. When 2 months ago, I read in the papers of a case where the parents of a 16-year-old girl were sentenced to 13 years imprisonment for having drowned the girl after she had eloped with a policeman, I blessed the new civil code and the attitude towards it. Formerly parents were not punishable for killing in any manner they saw fit an unmarried daughter who had committed adultery. I recall an incident which occurred around 1920. In the province of Sichuan, there was a 19-year-old woman who killed her deformed husband. In defense, she said, "I cannot find any means to get away from him." The sentence of the Sichuan Court of Justice was 15 years imprisonment. When details of the case reached the Ministry of Justice, the high officials of the ministry considered the punishment too light, and disciplinary action was taken against the judge of the Sichuan court on this account. One day, at a meeting, Dr. Wang Chenghui, then chairman of the Commission for Punishment of Officials, condemned the professors at the Peking National University and accused them of advocating radicalism to overthrow the old rites and traditions, thereby influencing the decision of the court in Sichuan to let the husband murderer get away with such light punishment. 10 years later, some of the codes of laws which have been published by the Republic are even more radical than any we dreamt of in 1920, but no one voices any objection, even among the die-hard legalists. The world has changed and they, too, are following suit. In short, while there have been many unsatisfactory developments during the past 23 years, yet among them there are some worthwhile achievements. After all, revolution is revolution. It cannot help creating strong influences, but at the same time it cannot help destroying some of the old traditions and systems. Undoubtedly, many unhappy events result from the confusion of social orders after the revolution, but we must agree with the saying that the revolution is not yet over. If we view the achievements of the past 2 decades in their true perspective, we cannot refuse to recognize that we have made wonderful progress during the life of the Republic, and we cannot refuse to confess that part of that progress is due to the beneficial results brought about by the HSI high revolutionary ideas. Recognition of the results of our efforts in the past 20-odd years should cure our pessimistic outlook and encourage us to march forward. Although events have shown that these minor achievements are not sufficient to enable us to resist foreign invasion and reinvigorate the nation, that fact should not discourage us. We should have faith in ourselves and try to make such achievements possible in the coming 10 or 20 years. Our saint once said, "Scholars should be patient and courageous, for their future is great and their responsibility heavy." Pessimism can never help us either to shoulder heavy responsibility or travel a long way. An optimist looks at China. Asia. March 1935. Volume 35. Number 3. Pages 139 to 142. During these years of national humiliation and economic depression, it is very difficult for any thinking Chinese to maintain a sane optimism regarding the future of his country and people. He is disheartened by the armed aggression of a powerful neighbor against which all measures of defense have appeared hopelessly inadequate, and he is dissatisfied with the internal progress, which seems so pitifully slow and infinitesimal in the face of the immense needs of the nation. He is naturally led to question himself: are we Chinese, as a nation, fit to survive and thrive in this new world of hard struggles? Is there a way out? Have we been wrong in giving up so much of our own ways of life, and in taking over so much from the Western world? Such questioning has often ended in various forms of reactionism. Some writers, including persons of great political influence, have openly condemned the present age as one of moral depravity and social retrogression, and have frankly advocated a movement for revival of the old civilization. But these pessimists have misread history. The progress which China has made in recent decades has not been slow, nor in the wrong direction. Future historians will regard the Republican period, 1912 to 1934, as one in which China has made the most rapid headway in all her history. They will see that this progress has been far-reaching and has transformed every phase of Chinese life for the better, and that, if it has not enabled China to achieve her national salvation, the explanation lies elsewhere. It is not that China has failed to achieve tremendous progress within a relatively short time, but that, because she has procrastinated too long, all that has been achieved is not sufficient to meet the stupendous demands of the time. It is not that she has discarded too much of the old, but that, because of the dead weight of her traditional civilization, she has perhaps discarded not enough of it. It is in the direction of abolishing the numerous evils of the old tradition that China has achieved the greatest success in the past few decades. She has successfully prohibited the foot binding, which has been a terrible curse to Chinese womanhood for at least 1,000 years. The hereditary absolute monarchy has been overthrown, and with it are gone all those institutions which for centuries have been its paraphernalia. The imperial household with its unlimited number of wives and concubines, the institution of eunuchism, the parasitic nobility born to power, and many others. With the revision of Chinese law and the reform of legal procedure, the ancient tortures and inhuman punishments were abolished. The opening of new schools marked the disappearance of the mechanical and exacting form of literary composition, known as the octopartite, which had been required as the standard form in all state examinations, and for the mastery of which the best years and energies of the whole educated class of the past 6 centuries had been sacrificed. These are a few of the more fundamental departures from the old tradition. They are not merely isolated items of reform. They are indicators of fundamental changes in attitudes toward the most important phases of life. The binding of women's feet, for example, was not merely an isolated institution of extreme cruelty and brutality, but also the clear and undeniable evidence of a general attitude toward womanhood which 10 centuries of native religion and moral philosophy had failed to condemn and rectify. The abolition of foot binding, therefore, is not merely the passing away of an inhuman institution, but an indication of the coming of an entirely new attitude toward womanhood. In that sense, it is veritably a moral revolution. This revolution with regard to womanhood, which began with the agitation of Christian missionaries against foot binding, has been going on all these years. It includes the opening of schools for girls, the gradual spread of coeducation in practically all universities and colleges, the entrance of women into professional and even official life, the recognition under the new civil code of their equal rights to inherit property with their brothers, and the rapid changes in the law and custom concerning marriage and divorce. The revolution is far from completion, but it has already achieved in a few decades what 25 centuries of Confucianist humanitarianism and 20 centuries of Buddhist mercy had never dreamed of achieving. May we not call this a great progress? The same may be said of every phase of Chinese progress in recent decades. Progress in China is doubly difficult, because every change must involve a hard struggle to break away from the dead weight of thousands of years of tradition. It may be unfortunate for China to have to do so much undermining and eroding of her old civilization before any real positive progress can be made. The fact is that the old civilization which the modern world found in China was only the much corrupted remnant of what was once a truly great civilization. Because of geographical isolation and absence of national rivalry, because of stagnant poverty and lack of external stimulus, this old civilization had long become senile, sterile, and corrupt from within. Once it ceased to create and expand, it had come to eat up its own substance and sap its own vitality. It had become trivial, petty, and primitively cruel, taking pleasure in fettering and crippling its whole womanhood, and in wasting its best brains on utterly useless literary and scholastic gymnastics. When the modern world knocked at China's doors, it found her literally a sick and badly crippled nation, very nearly breathing her last. She had to be violently shaken out of her deep torpor, and, when she finally woke up, she found herself heavily bound and burdened by the shackles of a senile and corrupt tradition. Enlightened through long contact with a modern world, and armed now with its weapons, China has been striving to free herself from these shackles in order that she may be able to lift up her head and have free movement in this new environment. The work is mainly destructive in appearance, but its destructiveness is of a kind comparable to that of a surgical operation on corrupt and dead tissues. Every cutting destroys, but at the same time brings the patient nearer to recovery. It is in this sense that we are warranted in regarding every step in the breakdown of the old tradition in China as a milestone of progress. The political revolution of 1911 to 1912, one of the greatest acts of destruction young China has achieved, was no mere overthrow of an incompetent and corrupt dynasty. It was at the same time the creation of a necessary prerequisite for all the subsequent changes and reforms. For the monarchy, although no longer capable of active leadership for positive reforms, was in a position to block and nullify any attempt at innovation. The best illustration was the ill-fated reform regime of 1898. Lasting only 100 days, it was swept away completely by the forces of reaction rallying around the person of the ignorant Empress Dowager Cixi, who, having crushed this movement, became the imperial patron of the Boxers and brought about the terrible fiasco of the Boxer War of 1900. After 1900 it became apparent that orderly reformation was impossible, so long as there still existed this ignorant and corrupt dynasty with absolute powers. Being absolute, it wielded powers that were capriciously arbitrary. Being ignorant, it was incapable of intelligent direction, and was always dangerously suspicious of any change. No movement for reform could hope to flourish under such circumstances. A memorial to the throne from one of the imperial censors would be enough to bring about persecution of all its leaders and kill it in the bud. The political revolution, however superficial it may have appeared to the outside world, and however unsuccessful it may have been in its positive object to develop a genuine constitutional democracy, was therefore no less than a precondition for China's progress in the task of rejuvenation. By removing the most formidable center of reactionary forces, it released all tendencies for innovation and experimentation. It brought home to every man the obvious lesson that even the age-old monarchy must go. And subsequent events have proved beyond doubt that all the great changes in intellectual, educational, social, and political life in China have been greatly facilitated by the overthrow of the old dynasty. 23 years is a very brief period in the history of the renovation of a nation of 400 millions. The progress China has made during so short a time cannot possibly be striking or impressive. Yet, to a person trained to look at things in their historical perspective, every day brings evidence which he recognizes as significant signs of his country's progress. When yesterday I was told by an art student from the northwestern province of Gansu that it took him less than a fortnight to reach Peiping, I blessed the railways and the motor roads, for I remembered that only a few years ago he would have required 100 days to cover the same distance. And when I read the numerous brief advertisements of divorce in the daily newspapers of the cities, advertisements which often horrify my missionary friends, I again blessed the new civil code and the new ideas which have made divorce easy. For I remember that in the old days divorce was well nigh impossible. And when I read last month that the law courts in Tientsin had sentenced to 13 years imprisonment a man and his wife who, enraged at their 16-year-old daughter for having eloped with a young policeman, had drowned her in a river, I could not help blessing the reforms in the law and marveling how rapidly we had broken away from the old tradition under which parents who condemned to death a daughter of proven adultery were not punishable by law. I could go on interminably with my citation of concrete illustrations of what I have termed the period of most rapid progress. But space only permits me to confine my inventory to one particular phase, namely, China's educational progress. In a recent broadcast address to the nation, Mr. Wang Shiche, the Minister of Education, reported on the educational progress since 1912. He pointed out that during this period the number of primary school students has increased fourfold, that of secondary school students tenfold, and that of college and university students 100-fold. In 1931 there were 11,667,888 primary students, 537,757 secondary students, and 43,519 college students, as compared with 2,793,633 primary students, 53,100 secondary students, and 481 college students in 1912. This numerical increase is not very impressive, and the disproportionate distribution among the three main grades of education is undoubtedly not what it ought to be. But there are important aspects which the statistical figures fail to show. One of the greatest advances is in the change of the language used in the school texts and in all branches of Chinese literature. Throughout the ages, Chinese school children were taught to read and memorize the Confucian classics, most of which were written over 2,000 years ago. When the new schools came, new textbooks began to replace the old classics. But even the new texts were written in the classical language, which had long ceased to be a living language and which had to be explained, word for word, in the spoken tongue of the people. Since 1917, the movement for the adoption of the living language as the medium for education and for all literary composition has steadily gained ground. Indeed, in these fields, the use of the vernacular has now become an accomplished fact. The government began in 1921 to adopt the spoken language for rewriting all primary school texts, and all textbooks in the primary and secondary schools are now written in a language which no longer needs translation. The amount of unnecessary labor and toil thus avoided by the millions of school children every year cannot be overestimated. Moreover, as a result of this literary revolution, the new literature, both in verse and in prose, produced during these 10 or 15 years has been preponderantly in the living language, which had long been despised as the vulgar tongue, but has now been elevated to the dignified position of the national language, Kuiyu of China. This change is comparable to the use of the modern national languages in Europe to take the place of Latin as the instrumentality of education and literature. Another important phase of educational progress is the rapid rise of a Chinese teaching staff in the schools and colleges. When I was a student in a secondary school in Shanghai 25 years ago, my school had to engage foreign teachers to teach most of the subjects in the sciences. At that time, all the normal schools of secondary grade, established by the government at important centers from Peking to Canton, from Shanghai and Suzhou to Wuchang and Qingtu, had Japanese teachers for most of the scientific subjects. Today we have over 100 colleges and universities in which practically all departments are headed and taught by Chinese teachers. Some of the departments, like that of geology at the National University of Peking and that of physics at the National Tsinghua University, can compare favorably with any in the best universities abroad. Another aspect which cannot be shown statistically is the rapid advancement in scientific research by Chinese scholars of modern training. All the scientific progress in China has been the work of the past 20 years. The oldest scientific institution, the National Geological Survey, is only 20 years old. And yet, in spite of disturbing conditions in the country, and in spite of great financial difficulties, Chinese scientists have been able to do a good deal of fruitful and original research in various sciences, notably in geology, paleontology, biology, meteorology, physiology, pharmaceutical chemistry, archaeology, and the historical sciences. The quality of the work done has been fully recognized by the best authorities in the scientific world. When I watch these activities and recall the difficulties which only a quarter of a century ago the secondary schools in China had to encounter in securing a teacher of elementary science, I cannot suppress a feeling of deep gratification that, after all, the Chinese mind has not been fully crushed by long centuries of wasteful application to sterile literary gymnastics, and that the scientific attitude of the Chinese mind, which was early evidenced by the development of a scientific methodology in historical and phonological research during the past centuries, has now been fully vindicated by its new successes in the broader fields of the modern sciences. May we not hope that, with time and peaceful progress, we may yet develop a scientific civilization through the advancement of what a writer in Nature has recently termed the scientific renaissance of China. The place of the alumni organization in the history of universities. Cornell Papers, 1940. I come from a very old country. The first Chinese government university was established in the 2nd century BC, and by the 2nd century AD, the university had as many as 30,000 students, and was considered a political force. Our public colleges, Shuyuan, also began quite early, the first ones dating back to the 10th century AD. Throughout the last 10 centuries, many of these public colleges, scattered over the country, played a very important part as centers of philosophical thought and classical learning. Unfortunately, the modern university in China cannot claim lineal descent from either the government university of the various dynasties, or from the public colleges that flourished during these 10 centuries. Those old institutions of higher learning passed away with the old regime, and China has had to build up her modern colleges and universities entirely from fresh beginnings. Paradoxical as it may sound, it is a fact that China, with 30 centuries of recorded history, has no university that can claim much over 40 years of age. For years ago, when I participated at the tercentenary celebration of the Harvard University, there were over 500 delegates representing the universities and learned societies all over the world. Each delegate was given a number, the order of which was arranged in accordance with the date of the founding of his institution. Number 1 was an Egyptian university. Number 2, the University of Bologna. Number 3, the University of Paris. Number 4, the University of Oxford. And number 5, the University of Cambridge. Representing 2 government institutions and 1 private college, I was given 3 numbers, all of which were quite near the 500 mark. You will naturally ask, why have not those ancient Chinese universities and colleges been continued to the modern times? Why cannot the modern Chinese university, like the modern University of Bologna or Paris or Oxford, trace its descent to any of the ancient historical institutions? The fact is that the Chinese university, whether governmental or public, was never sufficiently institutionalized to ensure a continuous and self-perpetuating existence. The governmental university was a part of the governmental system, its chancellors and professors being appointed under the same system of civil service. They came to be appointed professors at a certain stage of the system, and passed out of the university at another stage to become administrative officials. Some one of them might return as chancellor of the national university, and then again go out to serve as a cabinet minister. Even the students in the government universities formed a part of the civil service examination system. There was no permanent staff or faculty, no separate endowment, no independent administration. Therefore, the government university was subject to all the changes and vicissitudes of the government and the dynasty. The public colleges of recent centuries usually fared better than the government universities. They usually had some endowment in the form of landed property, the proceeds of which provided them with funds for their running expenses. But the administration of such property was usually left in the hands of local gentry, who were often subject to the political influence of the government. The appointment of the presidents and professors of these public colleges, while not under the civil service system, was made by the highest provincial officials in consultation with the local gentry. Therefore, these public colleges, too, never attained the state of independence and self-government as attained by the universities and colleges of the West since the Middle Ages. Historically, the permanence and continuous independence of the university in the Occident, and especially in the United States of America, has depended largely upon the degree of success in securing accumulation and preservation of material resources and intellectual tradition, economic independence, and self-government. These essential elements have been made possible by the growth and development of 3 institutions: the College Corporation, or the Board of Trustees, as the property-holding and financing body and as the governing and policy-forming organ; the faculty, as the center of university government, the transmitter of academic tradition and the upholder of academic freedom; and the organization of the alumni as the body, which not only fosters college traditions and loyalty, but also contributes to the financial support and self-government of the university. In the development of these institutions, the American college and university have played a very important part. In particular, I would like to point out that the alumni organization is distinctly an American contribution, for neither the European university nor the British university has succeeded in organizing its graduates after leaving the alma mater. The institution of the alumni organization is being imitated and adopted in those countries where the educational development has been influenced by the American university life. The historical importance of these institutions is often not fully understood by those who have been accustomed to them as matters of course. We shall better appreciate their great historic importance when we realize how their non-existence has been chiefly responsible for the impermanence and short life of universities in other lands. And we shall better appreciate their great importance when we see how easily academic freedom and university self-government can be taken away in those parts of the world where such safeguarding institutions have not taken deep root. Even in a democracy like this, the peculiar significance of the alumni organization, for example, can be seen in the history of those state universities and colleges where the control of the purse does not rest with the college corporation or with the board of trustees, but where the development of a powerful alumni body often can greatly strengthen the university administration and faculty in the attainment of greater measures of financial independence and freedom from political control. Indeed, the first alumni organization, that on Harvard University, was formed about 100 years ago, almost expressly for the purpose of giving financial aid to the alma mater and gradually freeing her from the political control of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. As told in an interesting article by Mr. William G. Rolker in the Harvard Alumni Bulletin, Volume 42, Number 30, Part 2, the movement to organize the alumni of Harvard was actuated by a realization of the need to solve the problem: who shall oversee the overseers? Harvard College, as you well know, has two governing boards: the corporation or the president and fellows of Harvard College, and the overseers, which for over 200 years included the governor, the deputy governor, the upper house of the legislature, and the ministers of the 6 neighboring towns. The acts of the corporation, with the exception of those relating to property and financial matters, must be sent to the overseers for their consent. Throughout the early decades of the 19th century, prominent alumni of Harvard were trying to introduce legislation in the state legislature to free the university from the control of the state by advocating that the governor and other officers of the Commonwealth should cease to be overseers ex officiis, and that Harvard graduates and holders of honorary degrees might elect the overseers and fill vacancies. This movement could not succeed until there was a well-organized alumni body. The first constitution of the Harvard Alumni Association was adopted, and officers elected, on commencement day, August 26, 1840, exactly 100 years ago. The first meeting of the association was held in 1841. But this first association was not well organized, and soon began to run down. It was reorganized about 1852, and began to work for collective gifts to the university. The reorganization and subsequent success of the Harvard Alumni Association contributed much to the success in the political movement for university self-government. The Act of April 28, 1865, completed the dissolution of Harvard from the state. The Harvard alumni voted for the first time in 1866 to elect overseers. By 1871, all overseers were chosen by the alumni. This episode of the founding of the Harvard Alumni Association best illustrates the historic mission of the organized alumni body. No mere get-together, nor mere renewal of old comradeship, however valuable these things may be, could justify such an elaborate organization as the Alumni Association of a modern American university. Behind the joviality and conviviality of the homecoming, the alumni body has a serious purpose to fulfill. As one interested in the historical evolution of the university throughout the world, I am inclined to say that we are here gathered today to celebrate what may be historically called the third estate of the university, the Alumni Association, the latest American contribution to the safeguarding of the permanence and independence of a free university life.